Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut.
You are very welcome to King's Resort. Another guarantee smashed. We're watching the German poker days. And we are down to the final day. In fact, we're down to about 40 players, I believe. Graphics will appear pretty soon, giving us an idea of numbers remaining. Average stack. This blind level is 80,000, 160,000 at 120 million chips in play. You can see top right 3.3 million, 36 left. 4 tables, 9 players per table. Blinds 80,000, 160. So just about 20 bigs is the average stack. course, all of these players well in the money, all guaranteed. €1,033. This was 150 plus 25 by German Poker Days, powered by Kings. This is all in the cutoff. Ace 8, Spaniard, El Barbero, puts in the 1.3 million. Timu in the small blind folds and big blind. Lets it go. The Spaniard takes it down, gets a stack up to 1.7 million, 400k out there, which is very sizable when you consider average stack 3.3 million, 400,000 in the top pre-flop. Prize pool for this event, well, the guarantee was 300k. This was well smashed. Prize pool 340k. Approximately 65k for the winner. So, Safwan, French player who's chip leader, 3 times average 3.3 million, he's sitting on 9.6 million. His average stack for final 12 players under the gun here with pocket fives. $320k is the minimum raise. Big blind is 160. The chip leader under the gun with 5, folded all around to the Spaniard, who can't do anything with the pseudo connectors of 7-6 Bjorn folds. Timu, who's sitting on 4.4 million on the button folds to 10-6, and now in the small blind, Daniel folds the Queen 4, but Bjorn Kurski. We have 2 Bjorns on our feature table. Kurski here in the big blind with Ace Jack short stack. And that is all in. Thinks that Chippy might have to go with this. 1.2 million. It's about 8 bigs. To call pocket pair, flipping here quite a lot. Never really in great shape, but Bjorn Kurski just total stack of 1.5 on surprise. Safwan deciding to fold there. I'm surprised at that, given the back size. Safwan sitting on 9.6 million is what he started the hand with, and that's an ideal situation. The short stack player who let rip with the ace jack, given that he's in a flip situation for his tournament night, he can just take down the pot without a showdown. I mean, that's a great scenario. I'm surprised that Chippy didn't call with the pair, and quite often he's flipping in that situation. Having said that, it is a problem, these small pairs, small position, when you do get re-jammed. It's like difficult. You know you're never in great shape. Oxymer and King's Reg, who's done so much in the tournament cash circuit. Oxy sitting on about 4.5 million. This is the Spaniard, El Barbero, Jack 10 suited. El Barbero with the short stacks. 1.7 million all in, Jack 10 suited. Hold it right around to the big blind. And in the the big blind is the chip leader with a suited ace. I mean, there's a bunch of tens and jacks folded. You can see the ace 5 versus the jack 10 suited. You can see the difference in equity. It's quite substantial. Of course, these percentages take into account cards folded, and that one not going to call here with ace 5. If he's holding 5s for an 8 big blind jam, he's going to fold ace 5 to a 10 big blind jam. It's costing him 10 bigs. Wouldn't make sense to call this, given that he folded the 5s in the previous hand. Sometimes he had the advantage, ace 5 well ahead there in the pair versus the 2 overs. So the Spaniard takes down another pot, El Barbero, and it brings him up to over 2 million average, still 3.3 million. So far on our feature table. Short stacks getting to work. We're down to 36 players. I'm going to pause the clock. I believe when down to 27, and we'll do a redraw. 3 tables, 9 players. Included in the prize pool, the World Series of Poker Europe main event seats. Incredible festival. About to start, in fact. Next week it kicks off, the opener, next Friday here in Kings Resort. We're looking at the Dutch player here, Bjorn Smulders. In Queen, he makes it 325. Now, Timu looking to 3-bet here with the Queen 10. Going to put Bjorn in a pretty spot here. There's the 3-bet from Timu with the weaker hand, but Bjorn is not going to be comfortable with this. Hold it right around. This is the chip leader who's lost a few blinds since we kicked off. Holds here in the small blind, and just the player in the big blind is Roman. Austria, he folds, so action back with Bjorn Smulders. King Queen. So, apologies, I think my volume is a little bit low. Give me a moment to snap sort that. Meanwhile, we're looking at the German Poker Days final table chip count ranking. And you can see Safwan up top there with almost 9 million. A great situation. The French player. Now, Bjorn once again, pocket sixes. Opened last hand, King Queen. That is pockets picked, so to speak, from Finnish player who's just oozing of aggression. And you can see Bjorn Smolders, he's just up against it here. This kid, Timu Jatinen from Finland, showing intent. Another 3-bet. This just screams of strength, given that it's the second 3-bet versus the exact same player. Fold it right around to the lines here. Roman just has to let go of the King Jack suited. Again, Timu getting all these stronger hands to fold. Way too much interest. Oxymiran, King's Reg will be dumping the A7 also. Cards go in the bin, but look at this. Oh boy. Bjorn Smolders. 4 bets. Let's rip. He goes, I've had enough. I'm not going to be exploited. And I get where he's coming from. He's thinking, if I fold this again, this is just, it's just inviting more trouble from the Finnish player. And Bjorn Smolders makes a stand. I'm surprised that, well, I think that's quite difficult. 4-bet with 6s there. Comes across to me that 3-bet has been super strong. Bjorn Smolders, the Dutch player, has had enough, and he knocks the Finnish player back. Interesting dynamics between these two guys, Bjorn Smolders and Timu Jatinen. Now we move around to the Spaniard, who's pretty active himself. You can see the field size down to 33 already. Timu, pocket 9s. Makes it 350k with the 9s. Big blind 160,000. Safwan in the cutoff with the ace-3 offsuit. Chip leader folds, and now on the button, suited king for Roman. King 6 of spades folded, and Oxymiran, our Romanian friend, folds out. This is the Italian Enrico, who's pretty short, 2.1 million. So you can see the chip counts for the feature table. It's not the final table quite yet. Daniel looks down at the 5-3 1.9 million stack, folds. I'm just tuning into the chat, so please let me know if his sound is okay. Let me know that sound is coming across clearer. Just tuned in, you're watching the German Poker Days, and this is Roman with the 9s, Bjorn. 2 million stack has moved all in. Bjorn with the sixes. I think this is going to be called Roman. Getting a chip count. Will be left with 2.9 behind should he call and lose. So I think this is a call. Pocket nines in the cutoff. It's too big a hand, I feel, to let go. Guess he's deciding. 3-bet isolate. Think is the move. Roman. With a decision to make. Here's the 2 million announces call. Well, I guess all kinds of things can kick off. The player still to act. Gives him the chance to get away should that happen, but none of the players any kind of a holding. The dealer just says, come on guys, let's see them. Bjorn Kurski in real bad shape here, sixes versus nines. Still 2 sixes out there. So Roman with the nines, Bjorn all in with pocket sixes, no help. Six of spades, 6 of hearts needed. One or the other to get Bjorn out of jail so he can survive. This is the German Poker Days main event. 5 of hearts on the turn. Kurski Busto eliminated. What can I do? Picked up sixes, shoved. So 13 big blinds. What is Roman? Picking up about 2.5 million between the shove from the short stack player for Bjorn Kurski and the blinds, big blind ante. Empty seat now. Field size reduces even further. The clock will pause at 27 players and we'll do a complete redraw. And that means we'll get you a brand new feature table. Saffron close to 9 million. This is Oxymiron. In the cutoff, he lets his hand go, and then Rico with the nut low here on the button. He folds. El Barbero. Ace-9 small blind versus early position open from one of the big stacks. Saffron. Queen-9 suited, Bjorn Smolders, Ace-Jack suited, mix in the calling chips. Going to see a flop between big stack, Saffron, Bjorn Smolders in the big blind position. First to speak here, flopped, top 2, open ender for Saffron. The backdoor clubs, there's money going in here, believe me. Ace, 10, Jack, Saffron. A queen blocker to the nuts. Up and down straight draw, and a king and a 8 for the straight. Bets out, top 2 pair for the Dutch player Bjorn. There's the check raise. Saffron not going anywhere, believe me. Sizing of the 3-bet. Quite small. 340 to call. Well, it's going to be more action. Combo draw for Saffron. He's the open-ender plus the flush draw, and Bjorn Smolder's giving him a free card. Well, I mean, it's ideal for Saffron. Check back here, free card with a massive combination draw. All he has is queen eye. Oh my word, may not get to realize his equity here. Should Bjorn Smolder's check raise. Bjorn flopping top 2. I think this could be it. Bjorn Smolder's 1.2. I think this is going to be a check raise. Protect his 2 pair. Slash. Go for value against ace king, ace queen. Exactly what Bjorn is putting Saffron on. Ace king, ace queen. And this is just a sick spot really, isn't it? For Saffron. Got his free card with a massive draw. And where am I going with the open ender? There's no open ender there. A good shot. King ball or a club. 10 jack, he did have the open ender, yeah. 8 or king for the straight and the club. Excuse me. That was a pretty sick situation for the big stack. Saffron, who's lost a chunk there. Getting a free card, but felt he could move Bjorn Smolders off the hand. Bet the turn when checked to him, but got check raised. What a really bad start for Saffron. We started with like 9.5 million. More. Pocket 10s here for Saffron. Makes it 320k. Pocket 10s. Roman. The 9-8 of spades. Now, Spaniard on the button with the 4-2 off. That goes straight into the bin, and Smolders with 8.7 million. He folds. Timu folds in the big blind, and Saffron eventually wins a pot, and you can see has a little smile. First pot he's won on our featured table. Twos for Saffron under the gun, and we've seen him open with small pairs previously, but then fold to a 3-bet. And I think he's just fighting trouble here. He does have his chips, 7.3 million. Average is about 3.7, I believe. So he's double the average. He makes it 320k with the deuces. Folded around to Enrico. And now El Barbero, Spaniard with the 10-5 off. He folds. Bjorn Smolders folds. And in the big blind, Daniel, who is down to 1.7, 1.6, just 10 bigs behind. Saffron opened under the gun with the deuces, A7, 8 flop, 3 overs. Daniel has hit second pair. He's going to donk lead. Really very little Saffron can do here. Three, 2, 5. What are you going to do with twos? Short stack. Donk leads out and he calls. What is going on here? Two pair now for Daniel. Saffron. Gonna lose another one. Just 2 outs. Daniel, of course, he's thinking his opponent has an ace here when he gets called on the flop. This is your bet, all in. And now Saffron folds. And another sizable pot. Saffron is lost. So blinds posted. Saffron in the big blind. He's lost about 3 million plus, and just about 30 million in about 30 minutes. Not ideal, but that's the benefit of having a big stack. To withstand these pressure periods, downswings, still be there. Still in the mix. Enrico has to make something happen pretty soon. 2 million stack and El Barbero shorter, just 10 big blinds. A3 is folded. King 3 from Bjorn is folded. This is the Finnish player Teemu. Yakinen, Queen 2 off in the button, but Teemu not one to sit back. Going to come out here, folded around to him. Going to make it 375, and Daniel in the small blind with the Queen 7 has to fold. And Saffron. 8-7 in the big blind. Open ender for Saffron. Queen high in the lead though. So action here with the French player. Saffron fending in the big blind, flopped an open ender. Check called, and now the 5 of the turn. And I like this lead out. He's got way more 5s in his range than Timo. Who is the pre-flop raiser? Queen deuce. I would expect him to just give up, but this is a Timo Yakinen. Anything is possible. Well, Timo is just not giving up. This guy is, he's super sticky, highly aggressive. He's not buying it. 1.4 million back to Saffron. I mean, what a horrible start for Saffron. Everything he does is just going completely wrong. What do you do here with a up and down straight draw on a paired board? You get raised 1.4 million, 1 million to call. Incredible. Saffron plays back at Timo. What a move. Timo finding it difficult. Something tells me that these players have a little history. Timo makes a really strong move, but French player pulls the trigger. Oxymiron folds under the gun, the 10-3. Now Enrico, 2 million stack, Queen 9 suited. This blind level due to expire, in fact. 40-minute clock. Bjorn 8.7 million. Folds. Timu down to 2.1 million. This is Daniel on the button. Jack 4, 2.5 million. Zafran got most of his chips back in that last hand versus the young Finnish player. Now blind versus blind. Suited king, good enough for sure to enter the pot. Or will he enter the pot? That's the question. Looks at the clock. Two big stacks here. Roman, you'll remember, busted out Bjorn Kurski a little earlier. Roman sitting on 7 million behind. 525 total bet size, which is pretty sizable. 3.5x, 7 high goes in the bin. Zafran back up to 9 million. You can see the ups and downs. Bjorn Smolders 3.2 million in profit. Roman in profit. This is the chip count. Zafran sitting on 9 million. Look at El Ribeiro, 10 bigs. This blind level due to expire any minute. This has actually been played down to a winner tonight. This is the final day of the German poker days. So we're going to play right through. We're going to pause the clock at 27 players, redraw, then play down to 2 tables, redraw, then play down to final table, stream the whole lot. This is Daniel cut off with the King Queen. Now Oxymiron in the big blind with ace 10. Interesting flop here, 2 pair for Oxymiron, flush draw for Daniel. Money's gonna go in. Oxymiron checks. It's flopped. 2 pair. Daniel with the flush draw. Now Oxymiron, I think he just calls here. Well, He's asking his opponent how much he has, so not sure what Oxy's thinking. Is he going to check raise, protect his 2 pair? Not getting any action from any hand. Are the ones that beat him. Bigger pairs. 7x. Jack raises all in. Tough spot for Daniel. 1.9 million behind. I think he has to go with it. I go with it. My king and queen could be good. That is the situation for Daniel. And a king and a queen. Or any diamond to make a flush. Oxy blocking the diamonds with that ace of diamonds. But there's still a bunch of diamonds out there. Go to the turn, 9 on the turn. Jack now also good for a straight. Ace 10 in the lead. It's still close and ace 10 holds. Oxymiron wins a big one, eliminates a Daniel Taduro. Daniel eliminated. I believe he busted in 31st, which gives him €1,209. First hand we've seen Oxymiron play. Defended in the big blind with the ace 10. Pops 2 pairs. Daniel flopped the flush draw. 2 overs were good. Then turned the combo draw. Good shot. Flush draw. 2 over cards. So many outs, but couldn't connect with any of them. Daniel busted out. Now you can see the blinds listed here at 100k, 200k. This is the German Poker Days final day. So we're on the final 3 table bubble. Average stack 4.25 million, 4.25 million. So just 21 bigs is the average stack. El Barbero under the gun with the king jack. He moves all in. Spaniard moves in with 8.5 bigs under the gun. Don't blame him. Worst case scenario in tournament poker. Getting blinded out, it just doesn't get any worse. This is Oxymiron in the small blind with the 6-4 clubs. Not going to put in 1.6 million with 6-4. Italian folds, leaves himself just 8 bigs behind. Spaniard wins the pot. Right hand side you can see the young Finn player. That is Timo Yattinen. Into your screen is Bjorn Smolders, the most profitable player on this feature table so far. Started with about 5 million but now up to 8.7 million. This is Timo. 10 bigs. Full of creativity. Ran into it. Sky Saffron in a huge pot against Timu earlier. Now Saffron in the hijack position with the King 9. 3-bet all in. Saffron again getting it shoved back in his face. Not much you can do except let go of the king 9 offsuit. And El Barbero gets himself up to 2.8 million. So the average stack is around the 4 million mark. We have 28 players left. Now, Timu, Yattinen, pocket 9s, under the gun, 2.1 million. 10.5 bigs, I think, just goes in. $500,000 out there. Increase our stack by 25%. Timu communicating with the dealer. Wants to get clarification. All in is the spoken word from Timu. Hold it right around to oxymoron. Oxymoron having a go at the dealer here. Dealer didn't hear the all in. Hold it right around. Timu gets that through. It's a stack up to 2.6 million. And you can see the graphic has down clicked. We are down to 27 players, so the clock will be paused. We will have a redraw. I believe it's 27 players, 3 tables of 9. And the dealer will confirm that after he looks at the clock. So, we're going to have a redraw. We're back in 20 minutes. Do join us for the final of the German Poker Days, brought to you from King's Resort.
Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge, located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena, to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. go and take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. seat. You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut.
Welcome back to King's Resort. This is the German Poker Days final day. You can see the graphics in your screen, giving you an idea of the players left in the mix here. Just 27 remain. Our feature table, one of 3 remaining tables, and you can see the chip leader Bjorn Smolders, who we featured on our last table. Oxymiron also there, Limon 4.8 million, and Kamenko, who our regular viewers will be familiar with. Kamenko, final tables, runner-up in fact in the Italian poker sport just a couple of months ago. That is Limon in the centre of your screen. He's sitting on 4.8 million. Then to his left or right hand side of your screen, baseball cap and hoodie. That is Bjorn Smolders, and then beside him you have Mark Horst Snyder, and then Miriam next to him. Very right of your screen, you can just about catch a glimpse of Oxymiron. And a very good evening to my good friend Bobic, who is in the house. Thank you, Bobic, for stepping in. Now, there you have, straight in front of you, you can see Kamenko. Big winner here. Not too long ago, runner-up for 65,000 in that massive event, the Italian poker sport. Straight away, Limone picks up a pair under the gun. 4.8 million, just playing about average, which is 22 big blinds. Getting waiter service from his friend Limone. Limon opens to 600k under the gun. 3x. Kamenko folds. This is Enrico, who is absolutely desperate. He's sitting on 5 big blinds. Robin 3.2 million. 16 big blind stack. That's Michael. Snap folding the 8-6 suited. Not interested. Limon takes down the pot. Now, Bjorn Smolders under the gun with jacks. 8.3 million, double the average stack. There's 27 remaining here in the German Poker Days main event, powered by Kings Resort. Broadcasting from Kings. This is our feature table, one of 3 tables left in play. This is Bjorn Smolders. With the jacks under the gun, he makes it 425,000. Kamenko sitting on bang on average stack. Kamenko folds, short stack folds, Robin and Seat 1 folds, Michael. Small blind, pocket 2s. Could be a problem. Just 13 big blinds behind for Michael. And he's, I mean, there's no chance he calls here. It's all in or fold. And he moves all in, and it's a disaster. Because after Limon folds the king 3 of hearts, Bjorn Smolders will be snap calling with the jacks. Well, he has a snap called, which I guess he wants to get an exact count. There's no chance he's folding. Bjorn Smolders with the jacks. I mean, Michael is just hating life at the moment. He was looking for a fast fold. He's not going to get a fast fold. He's not going to get a slow fold. He's not going to get any fold. There's the call from Bjorn Smolders with the jacks on their backs. Jacks versus deuces. Michael, we featured before on a few of our streams. He's run deep. King 4-5. 2 of hearts is folded pre-flop. 1 clean out. There is a possibility of a backdoor straight, and that ace produces that straight draw. 3 ball, corner pocket. Reduce for a set to keep Michael still in the tournament. It doesn't happen for Michael, the ex-TV star. Knocks the table and says the best of luck. Thank you very much. Michael eliminated in 26th place, I believe. That leaves us down to 25. More progress for Bjorn Smolders. Dutch player posting big blind ante 200k a pop, and the short stack player will be under the gun. Mark moves all in. I don't blame him. Hold it right around to Kamenko. Now, Enrico has to do something. This could be an opportunity, I thought, for the short stacked player Enrico, but decided not to go with it. Going to wait and see, can he pick up a better spot. But he Moen with a small pair, he's going to ask for a count, but my gut feel is 2 million, just too much. Wow, going for chips. This is 40% of the stack. I'm surprised. He's thinking about this. And the fact he's not closing the action is a cause for concern, because there's still a player on the big blind to act, so fours will go in the bin. Would have been in great shape, but I don't think that's a winning move long term. Mark under the gun with that all-in rip gets the job done and adds 500,000 to his stack. Their TV, David Avick, overseeing proceedings, changing the deck for the dealer. You can see Enrico there just shy of 5 bigs, 925k. I would have been tempted with the 910 suited. But Enrico's going to wait, putting moves. 25 players remain. All these players guaranteed €1,400, but we're on a money bubble. Well, 23 now. You can see top right, average 5.1, and that means all these players go up the money ladder. They're guaranteed now 10 times their original buy-in. €1,707 minimum payout for all these players. Now, pocket pair for Robin in the cutoff. So Action City here. Pocket fives for Robin. Gets 3-bet. He's just 14 bigs behind. It's a tricky spot. Pocket fives, he's hating the situation. Takes a look at the clock. 40-minute clock here on the final day of the German poker days. So 3-bet rip all in. The Moan gets it through, and it's a great situation when you 3-bet. Get your opponent to fold. When it's a flip situation, that is ideal. The Moan gets the job done. Ace Queen good enough to 3-bet rip. Forces Robin to fold. Leaves him pretty short. Under the gun. Here will be Oxymiron, 6.5 million, 10-6 offsuit. Oh, this is great, isn't it? Kings, what do you do here? Put in your 5 bigs. Well, that's what Enrico does. Not going to mess around, going the very straightforward route here. Putting his full stack in with pocket kings, and Limon is going to consider this. Ace 5 suited, less than $1 million to call. you an idea there of the state of play here on our feature table. Bjorn Smolders, 11 million. Chip leader, one of the overall leaders. Average stack just about 5 million. You can see it there, top right, 5.1 million, 23 remain. Menko under the gun folds the Queen 4 now. Enrico. From 7 bigs. Robin. 2.8 million stack. So pocket nines for Oxymiron. Miralem has moved in. Queen 10 in the small blind for 2.2 million. Oxymiron looks down at nines. Of course he's going to snap. So Queen 10 versus nines. Miralem hating the call, but you see that he's in okay shape and well. A lot better now that the 10 is hit. Nine of spades folded pre, just one out for Oxymiron. 6 of hearts. Their heart, but no player with the heart in their hand. Oxymiron loses a big flip. Blind versus blind. Queen 10 shove for 2 million, 2.2 million. Oxymiron looks at nines, snaps them off. Small blind flops a 10. Now, clearing your screen posting, big blind is Kimenko. And we have Enrico folding. This is Robin. Seat 1. 22 players remain. 3 tables in play. All guaranteed 1,700, €7. Moen folds and Bjorn Smolders folds. This is Mark with 10 bigs in the cutoff with Jack 10 suited. Puts the chip in, full stack, 2 million. Oxymiron folds and Kamenko looks down at Jack 4 offsuit folds. Now Robin under the gun with the King 7 of clubs. Robin folds. Limon folds the Jack 5 suited. Ron Smolders folds. Mirren showing the 7 deuce off. Menko in the small blind with the 10 deuce offsuit. Maybe one of these occasions that he'll decide to give his opponent a walk in Rico. He'll be happy with that, even though he had a suited ace, he would have went with it. Short stack now up to 1.5 million. Post small blind, and in the big blind position will be Robin, who's short himself. I think just about 2 million behind for Robin. Just tuned in, you're looking at the German Poker Days. Still 100k, 200k, 22 players left in the mix. This is Smolders holding the ace. Chip leader, fold it right around to Oxymiron in the cutoff, who will be letting go of the 10-5. Now Menko on the button. First hand we've seen him play, I think. I would expect him to open here. Folded around to him. Button position. 9-8 of clubs. $450k Rico. Small blind and just the big blind, which is Robin. He's going to be ripping here. He's going to be 3-bet ripping with 12 bigs, 2.4 million behind. It's all going in. There's absolutely zero doubt about this. Never expected anything less. Robin 3-bet ripping and Kamenko. He's asking how much, but not feasible for Kamenko to call 2.1 million, which is basically 2/3 of a stack with 9 high. I'm saying not much of a chance. I'm saying there's zero chance. Kamenko. Getting clarification. There's no ways calling this. This is not the final table. This is one of 3 tables in play. This is Kamenko folding 9 high. First hand he plays, opens on the button with the 9-8 suited. Short stack, let's rip for 12 bigs. What you can do with 9-8 of clubs. Flamenco folds. Flamenco not pleased with some of the rail. And he has a big decision. Now you can see the chip count graphic here, showing the players' stack sizes. Not good reading if you're sitting in Rico seat. Auction with Oxymiron, 4 million stack. Average is 5.4, 22 players left. Kamenko, 17 big blinds. Jack 7 is folded. This is Enrico, the shortest stack on the table with 7 bigs. Robin, 16 big blinds. 10-9. Small blind position. He puts in 100k. Limps. Moen flicks his big blind towards the dealer to indicate to the dealer that he would like to see a flop. Robin first to speak. None of this board connects to Robin's holdings. Being a likely card, he could rep. Reasonable. Turn to a king. Limping in the small blind with a snap call from Limon. In the big blind position, ace on the turn. That's another card that Robin could rep. He's absolutely none of this board. 10 high, he knows he's behind. I think you're going to see Robin go again. 1.1 million out there. And Robin's going to go about 450, I think. Well, it's gone up a little bit, 575, which is half the pot. Limon doesn't look too pleased with these high cards appearing. Robin takes the pot down, brings his stack up to 4 million, but moves Limon, posting small blind now, and the chip leader on the table is Bjorn Smolders. He'll post big blind on that big blind ante that you see in the very center of the table there. 200k chips. Leader collects what's in the pot, and then the 100k and 200k posted by both Limon and Schmolders. This is Mark under the gun with 9-2 folded. This is Miralem. He folds Oxymiron. Queen 10, 4 million stack. He lost a big flip. Blind with the 9s versus this hand. Queen 10, 10 on the flop. He folds it. Demenko trying to make something happen. Hasn't really started yet for him on this feature table. Ace 8, 17 bigs. It's very tricky. I think he just gives this up. Well, not Demenko. He's going to open in the hijack position with Ace 8. $450 blinds, 100k, 200k. Menko makes it 450. It's a huge proportion of a stack. It's like 3.5 million. He's putting in 450. And it's folded right around to Robin on the button. And folds the ace 5. Small blind. I expect will fold the 10, 7, and then just chip leader. In the big blind position with a suited king. I think he should be defending here. Big blind, suited king, 250 to call. There's 950 in the pot. Getting close to 4-1 on his money. Really decent price. So Bjorn Smolders does make the call, and we're going to see a flop. Second pair for Kamenko, nothing for Bjorn, who's first to speak. He checks. Kamenko, check this back, second pair. Last thing he wants to do is get check raised with second pair. Just check back. 3 is a blank. This might invite Bjorn Smolders to make a play here, but he checks turn. Kamenko now will go for a delayed continuation bet to protect his pair. He can pretty comfortably discard Jack X from Bjorn's range. There is the 300k bet from Kamenko, which will force Bjorn out in positive. Bjorn sits in 10 million. Kamenko flashes his 8. Bjorn just nods the head, acknowledging. He posts small blind. Big blind is Mark for Schneider, who's pretty short. 2.5 million total. He's going to be posting 400k now. We just have 10.5 bigs behind after posting big blind and the ante. First to speak will be Marilyn, who's sitting on about 22 big blinds with leader on the table. Massive advantage, Bjorn Smolders. So you're watching the German Poker Days final day. If you just tuned in, big money up top. It's like 65k up top. This was just €175 buy-in, so I mean, crazy payout for such a low buy-in. But the field size, 2,380 players, reducing the 340k prize pool. And sayonara to Bobik. Thanks for tuning in. The champ, Bobik. 5k large. Now, action. Under the gun. Made it $500,000 with the blinds at 100k, 200k. Limon with the free bet. I mean, this is pretty big free bet if I'm reading this right. 2.6 million. It's a 5x plus free bet with the aces. Very difficult to get any action. Limon takes down the pot. Now, 22 left in the field. Basically 1% of the starting field remain. Kamenko folds Enrico now with ace-4. I think he's got to move in here for 7 bigs. That button moving around. He's going to be posting big blind very soon. 7 big blinds. Wow. How does he not put it in? He can't afford to let that button run through him again. Well, looks like he avoided disaster. Limon here with the ace-jack suited cut off. 6 million stack, he'll open. 3x with the ace jack suited. Limon sizing on the high side. You can see benefits in that. These trash hands just have to fold in the big blind, but you're not really producing any action. So Limon up to 6.7 million. This is our feature table, one of 3 tables still in play. We're down to 22 players. All of these players locked up. 10 times their original stake, €175 is the buy-in, 150 plus the 25. Now, Robin with King 10. This is Miralem. 10-7 folds, but Oxy Mirren getting a walk, but he shows the King Queen suited.
What is your name? What is your name?
Now Enrico smiling, but it's really serious situation. The blind's now up to 150, 300k. He's just got like 1.4 million, which is like 4.5 big blinds. So half a stack is going to be posted blind. Close to it. I mean, about 40% of a stack will be like over the line before cards dealt next hand. Now Oxymiron in the small blind with King 8. He moves in, and Kameko snap folds. Leaves himself with 12 bigs. Enrico, you can see 1.4 million. 4.5 big blinds, and he's posted big blind ante, so 2.5 blinds back in his stack. Can't really see a case for folding any 2 cards here, but who knows what can happen. Anything can kick off, I guess. Only 2 remain. Bjorn Smolders with the 8-2 off. Folds, Mark folds. This is Miralem Helak, the German in the cutoff with the Queen 8 of hearts. He's just looking at the short stack. He knows he's committed. He's no likelihood going to put the rest of his stack in. So that's kind of the minimum cost these players are thinking. And you see Oxymiron make it $1 million. Kamenko with a small pair here. Pocket fours for Kamenko. This is tricky. Sizing from Oxymiron was a display of commitment to the pot. He was just showing players left, well, particularly Kamenko, that he's putting the big blind all in. The big blind has to go with this, Enrico. Absolutely horrible stuff. He's going to put in the additional money he has behind, which is basically 2.5 bigs. Oxymiron has him absolutely dominated. Enrico all in with Jack 9. Oxymiron with the Queen Jack. "22 remain in the German Poker Days main event. 9 on the flop. What a turnaround. The stats are flipped. Oxymiron now. 4-1 dog. He's just not flopping well. There's the 4 for this set. For Kamenko, who looks on in disgust. Diamond draw for Oxy. 5 on the river. Oxy's just running cold. It's a big pot. Well, I mean, it's absolutely huge for Enrico. On the verge of being busted out. Oxymiron having a bit of a post-mortem. He's down to 12 bigs. Incredible. And Enrico is off the foot of the table. Mark with 6 big blinds. 6.5 bigs, and Enrico now with 9 big blinds. Chip leader Bjorn Smulders putting on 10 million blinds, 150, 300k. $21 remain. Three tables in play. This is Miralem Black with the Queen 10 suited. We just lost Michael from this featured table, so I believe a player will be moved. Balance the tables, 3 tables in play, 21 players, 7 on each table. There's 1 empty seat which leaves 8 players on the table, so one of these will be moved to one of the outer tables. And there's the TD with the rack. Next big blind. Looks like it's Limon racking chips. Dealer will deal on, but not deal Limon in, who'll be moving to an outer table. It'll be the next big blind on that outer table. Takes his jacket and his bag. And that leaves us 3 tables, 7 players in each table. This is Miralem with Ace 8. Lines 150, 300k, and Miralem folds. This is Oxymiron, who's, you can just feel the irritation from him. It's his opponent in crushed. I mean, it's super standard what happened. Queen Jack open on the button, and then the short stack in the big blind is like 2.5 bigs. Puts it in. Oxymiron is his opponent dominated, but Enrico gets lucky, hits his 9, doubles through Oxymiron. Now let's move on. This is Robin. There's 16 big blinds in the small blind position with the 7 deuce offsuit. Let's fold it. Looks like Kamenko opened with the Jack 9, the cutoff. It'll work. Moulders in the big blind position, folds the 10-5. Kamenko at last wins a pot, brings the stack to 4.2 million. Enrico, pocket sixes, cut off, all in. Bjorn with a suited king in the small blind, but I mean, not closing the action, 2.6 million. Don't really see enough reasons to call. He folds and Mark in the big blind position, folds, leaves himself super short. Just 4.5 big blinds behind Mark, in real bad shape. Now, under the gun, Kamenko. Italian poker sport runner-up. Well, he's under the gun +1. Oxymiron under the gun, he folds. Now Kamenko. Well, he's going to fold the 8 deuce. And Enrico folds. This is Robin. 3.2 million. Bjorn smolders. Well, he can just put his opponents all in here. Queen Jack. Mark. 2 million. Right about how short he is. Leaves him with 4 bigs, and Merlin can't do anything. In the big blind with ace-3. Bjorn smolders, gets his stack back up over 10 million. Moves. Small blind now will be Merlin. Big blind Oxymiron. Now Kamenko under the gun with the ace king. 4.2 million. Kamenko looks around. Blinds 150, 300k. So expect about 650, 675. 650 it is from Kamenko with the big slick. Robin in the hijack position with pocket 5s. Kamenko very active. 3-bet incoming, I feel. and it's an all-in. 3-bet rip all-in with the pocket fives. No chance of a flat here. No way he's going to put 50k in with fives. That's inducing the lines to come in for value. These small pairs, they play so bad post flop. So it's all in or fold. He decides to fold. Bjorn Smolders got off for 10-9. Out of the way now. Mark with 4 big blinds folds the queen deuce. Miralem will let go of his 6-4 offsuit. Menko takes it down. Now, Enrico under the gun, 4-3. All these guys are short. Robin, 10.5 bigs. This is Bjorn Smolders, big stack, 10 million. Rigor Mortis is joined. Tuning in from Toronto, Canada, you're very welcome. This is the German Poker Days final. Many players, I'm going to say, from a starting field of 2,380 players all in for Miralem. Mark got his money in first of the King Jack. I'm surprised at this from Miralem. And Mark is going to be in great shape. Well, I'm surprised. Queen Jack off from Miralem on the button. Put off got the money in first. I mean, it's a pretty sizable proportion of Miralem's stack. Queen Jack, 3 outs, backdoor hearts. Well, a lot more than 3 outs now. He's doubled his outs to 6. Heart. To bust Mark out, it doesn't happen. It's a black 5. Double for Mark. Gets him to 3.2 million and it leaves Miralem with like 6.5 big blinds. I'm really surprised he went with that Queen Jack. He's actually behind to a lot of Mark's bluffs there. Turns out Mark had him dominated, and you can see Miralem now rooted to the foot of that chip count chart with 20 players left. We'll pause the clock at 18. Lines 150, 300,000. poker chef, tuning in from Antwerp, Belgium. Now, action with Miralem. Holds Oxymiron on the button with the Jack 3. Gives a walk. Kamenko will be delighted with that. Well, in fact, Oxymiron is on the button position. Kamenko small blinds, and the big blind is Enrico. This is interesting. Kamenko 7-6. Decides to limp in. Enrico 9 bigs behind 9-4 offsuit. You'd expect he will check his option here and peel a free flop. So 7-6 small blind for Kamenko. This is Enrico as position. But Enrico misses this board, an open ender. And we're talking about it's a pair for Kamenko. Second pair for Kamenko. Fires minimum. At the pot, 300k, 9-4 offsuit, short stack, and Enrico folds, leaves himself with 9 bigs. He'll have to post small blind next hand, 8.5 bigs behind. But these blinds are harsh for the short stack, certainly. That button moving around. Levels expiring, new levels introduced, time marches on. Interesting that we have player leaving the table, which I find it incredible. This stage of a tournament, 20 players left, 65k up top, and you get out and leave your seat. I just don't understand it. This is Bjorn Smolders, under the gun with the big slick. Kippy, first time we've seen him get involved. Ace King under the gun, and hello to where are the Eps. Appreciate you tuning in. This is Kamenko on the button with the 10-9. Kamenko folds 10-9, Enrico 2.6 million behind. Robin in the big blind position. I mean, he's 8.5 bigs behind in a stack. Looks down at Queen 10. Decides to defend with the Queen 10. Puts in the additional 350k. Any piece of this board, Robin's going to go with it. Just 7.5 bigs. He's missed. I tell you, it's 3 deuce king. Could be a board that Robin goes with, you know. Bjorn Smolders flopped him pretty dead here. Robin just live to runner. Check, bet, fold. Order a play. Just waiting for Robin to fold out Queen High. There's no chance he continues. I'm loving the sizing here from Bjorn, but it doesn't induce ship over the top, which is what Bjorn wanted. It doesn't happen. Wins the pot up to 11 million. And Robin in really bad shape with his stack size. He is with 7 bigs in his stack. Range of dealer. This is German Poker Days. We are pretty close to the final 2 tables. I'm going to be pausing the clock at like 18 players. Remain. Oxymiron moves all in with Queen, Jack. Menko with King 9 suited folds the King 9, and Enrico is going to fold the 5-4. Big blind is 300k. It's a sub 10 big blind rip from Oxymiron. Going to work though. Robin folds the 10-6. Leaves himself with 7 bigs. Oxymiron, real character in the resort, very well known, very well liked. Hugely successful cash tournament player. Not been running well today, Oxymiron, but still plenty of time to turn that around. 20 remain. All of these players guaranteed 2k. Remember, this was just €175 buy-in. Menko in the hijack with the suited king. $65k score at the end of September here in the resort. Kamenko, massive performance in that Italian poker sport main event. He raises the 650 here in the hijack. Enrico folds and Robin will be shipping here. 2.1 million. It's pretty horrible for Kamenko because it's only going to be about 5 bigs. It's going to be less than 5 big blinds to call. 2.1 million free bet all in incoming from Robin. Just a matter of seconds before he announces his option. Ace Queen, this is pretty much compulsory. Big bet shift all in. Given the situation, Peter gets the clarification that it is an all in. What? Okay, it is a 3 bet. I was wondering where the all in triangle was. Now Mark's picked up 9s. Gotta go with this, Mark. Gotta go with this, sir. $2.6 million. 9 big blinds behind. Did he fold the 9s? Whew. Okay. Yeah, I get it. There's a lot of interest, huge amount of action, but look who the opener is. It's Kamenko, who's like super active. For sure the most active player. And you're going to see him make a decision here. It's so close. The mathematics are compelling, but Kamenko decides to fold the King 7. Don't know if that's right. Probably go with that, to be honest. This is brilliant. This is absolutely brilliant. Flamenco, Oxymiron are just not getting on well. Two very high level regs, just having a little go at each other. Oxymiron Oxymiron's kind of winding him up, but he's basically repeating what I was just saying. You had to go with that. And Kamenko goes, "You're not very good at maths, are you?" Loving this. Had a little bit of a spat earlier on, nothing too spicy. It was just basically Oxymiron's rail getting a bit loud, and Kamenko getting 3-betted quite a lot and just wanted a bit of space to make his decision. Robin, A3 offsuit folds as Bjorn smolders in the button with the Queen Jack. Ali McFly, thank you for your generous comments. We love to bring you this live poker from the resort. This is what we do week in, week out. 24/7, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. This business is open for live poker. Now we're going to see Marilyn make the call. You can see the big stack on the button. Just put the two short stacks who are posting blinds all in. Marilyn looks down at King Jack and feels he has to go with that. Good shot. Bjorn. 10 ball. Well, Queen would work. Jack no good. Deuce no good. Queen or 10 to eliminate Marilyn. Nice. Blank on the river. If you're sitting in Marilyn's seat, feel good about that. 3.9 million. Gets him up to 13 bigs. It's extraordinary reading. Big stack has just doubled someone up. And even after that, there's like every other player, apart from the big stack Bjorn Smolders, is sitting on sub 15 bigs. It's just super shallow. And it's like edge of the seat stuff here, because the pay jumps, yeah, I mean, they're going up, and look, I'm not belittling €2,000. I'm not doing that, and I don't want to do that. But the real big money, of course, paid out in that final table. And these guys are so close. They're after going through a field of more than 2,000 players. You can see top right, just 19 left. We're on the final 2-table bubble. This is Kamenko under the gun with 4.3 million. 14 big blind stack, he makes it 650. Look who's in the big blind. Well, let's see what transpires here. Robin, 3.5 million, ace 8. I think he can just let this one go. Ace 8 for Robin. He's just going to fold this out. Don't expect Robin to put any money in. I mean, Kamenko is the most active player. That is not a question. But like, Robin, too early position. Now, Oxy has pure trash in the big blind, so we're not going to see them clash. Kamenko trying to wind up Oxymiron. No love lost between these two regs. And it looks like we're down to the redraw final two tables, 18 players. We're going to be taking a break, and I'm going to come back in about 20 minutes and bring you all the action from Kings Resort.
You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. Take a seat.
Welcome back to the German Poker Days final day. Final two tables here in King's Resort. We're down to just 18 players as we wait for the TJ David Vick to give the instruction to deal on. Seems to be a little bit of interference, I don't know. Are you picking that up? Okay, so we're off. Blinds still at the 150, 300,000, and we have a couple of familiar players on our table. You can see there in seat 9, Saffron, the French pair. Look at that stack. These pigs at the front are worth $500,000. That is a monster stack. It really is. 22 million. So definitely more chips on this table than the outer table. Jürgen folds. Now Florian. The average is 7 million. It's crazy. Saffron with 3 times the average stack. Basically he's 17 left. Must have been a bust out on the outer table in the last hand. Basically average stack for like 500. This is Badley, Fabian, Big Slick, Ace King, 13 million. So, Badley, one of 2 players with big stacks here. Well, he's one of 3 actually. Sebastian just folded, sitting on 13 million also. And of course we have a massive chip leader with very right hand side. The deli opens with the Ace King. This is Oxymiron. He's short, the Romanian rapper. Folds the Ace 4, and now Gianni folds. This is the chip leader Saffron on the button, King 9. He lets it go, but I mean, what's Robin going to do here in the small blind with Ace 10? 11 big blinds, it's a tough one, it really is. $11 big blinds. 17 players left. All of these players guaranteed 2,300 plus. 65.5k up top. Well, he ships, I don't blame him. Ace 10, I do it as well. 11 big blinds. And there's the snap from Badeli, Fabian, who has Robin absolutely crushed here. Robin with Ace 10, Badeli with the big slick. brutal, but that is poker. I think he's got to put it in there. It's a close one, I'm not sure. I put it in. My opponent has it, he has it. Three on the turn. It's over after that king on the flop. Robin dead to backdoor diamonds, backdoor straight. Running tens. €17th for €2,323. It's bittersweet. These deep runs really makes tournament poker so tough. It's not for everyone. Play perfect. Battle away. Get in the zone. Play for a couple of days. You give it all you got. Then, just like that. All in pre. Turn your cards up. You're crushed. It's over. This is Florian Gertler. 15 players left in the mix. Another bust out in the outer table. So all of these players now up to €2,600 payout. Florian Gertler. Lines have increased now, 200, 400. Pocket sevens. Sides. Tight is right. Dumps the sevens. Sebastian. With the queen 8. No interest now, Badilli. 17 million in a stack. Two French players with all the chips. This is rap artist Reg here in the resort. Oxymiron. King 6. Fold it. Gianni folds. Saffron folds. Miriam moves all in. 3.2 million. 8 bigs in the small blind position. Jürgen plots in the big blind, just quickly folds. No dramatics. Marilyn takes it down. So a couple of quick bust outs from both tables. We lost Robin, Vibs, Ace 10, 3-bet all in. But the original razor, which you can see now in the center of your screen, but delete. With the ace king in the flop, that's it. End of story. Robin eliminated. Now action. Oxymiron no good. Queen 4 has a smile at the dealer, flicks the cards over. Gianni folds. Saffron folds, and Saffron hasn't folded quite yet. He has now. Marilyn 10 bigs on the button, 6-5. Fold it, Jürgen 10.5 bigs, gives a walk to Florian Gertler. Big queen. It's a stack up close to 20 bigs, 19 big blind stack now for Florian. Post small blind, big blind, posted by Sebastian, who's about 12.5 million behind. It's the German poker days, it's final day here, 40-minute clock. Just 15 remain, all of these 15 players guaranteed €2,631 course. Big money up top, 65k plus for the winner of this main event. Because there's only 2 tables in play, there's no possibility of another player coming to the table, so we go from 9-handed to 8-handed. 8 on this table, 7 on the outer table. Final table of 9 players. Blinds 200k, 400k. Safran, I expect him to open here. All the chips, 22 million. 3 times the average stack. I mean, it is just a super strong position to be in. His average stack for 500 play. And with Baddeley out of the way, I think gives him just that little bit more freedom. Makes it 900k, but Jürgen on the button has the pocket sixes. Jürgen Klotzen. Oh, this is tight. Florian in the small blind with an ace. Florian. Berkler. 18 bigs behind. And Sebastian in the big blind position. 8 deuce offsuit. Fun. 23 million, that's what's out there. There's a million out there pre-flop. Big blind 400k, big blind ante 400k, and then the small blind 200k. So 1 million out there, and the average is just about 8 million. So very sizable. 40-minute clock. Pretty pacey. Well, it's going to take a few hours before we get to that final table. I guess about an hour and a half at least. See there, top right, almost to 8 million with 15 players. Like 120 million chips in play. Jürgen should be letting rip here. 10 bigs, ace 8, cut off. Ah, he does put it in. Well, Sebastian. Ace queen, this is definitely a call given the situation. He's asking for chip count, but all he's really doing is considering player to his left, which is Baddeley. That's all that's going through Sebastian's mind. Does he isolate this all in, or does he just call? Makes the call. 10 big blinds. Enough to put in with ace queen. Yeah, you can see be enough to get rid of the big blind there. There they had him covered in the pot. Sebastian in great shape against Jürgen Klotzen. Jürgen with ace 8 let rip for 10 bigs in the cut-off position. Well, that's it. 2% equity for Jürgen. Dismal. End of story. 7 on the turn. Confirmation. And Jürgen Klotzen getting a round of applause. You don't see that every day of the week. The German player eliminated in 15th place, I believe, for 2,631. And now we have 14, 7 on the outer table, 7 on our main table. It's Sebastian, Rustler, stacking up his chips. Sitting on 17 million, Delhi 16 million, but the chip leader is Saffron, 23 million. I mean, it's just a giant stack. The Romanian down the bottom of that table, 7 bigs, but Oxymirror, very experienced. Blind level is still the 200, 400k, still 30 minutes or thereabouts left in this level. And we deal on. This is the German Poker Days main event. Final 2 tables, final 15 players. Well, it's 14. 7 and 7 is 14. 7 here in the feature table, 7 on the outer table. Average stack 8.5 million. Saffron with 10-6 of hearts. So Florian Bertler cut off with the King 5. 7.3 million, 18 big blinds. Florian folds, but Sebastian would like to take his time. Never look at his cards until the action's moved around to him, which is perfectly fine. Pretty great when you look down at aces in the button. And you have a big stack and a short stack. It's the perfect scenario. So he's going to make it 900k with the aces. Badly just going to fold this, but Oxymirror, I mean, he's going to be putting it in very light, and I think King 8 qualifies, I really do. He's 800 in there already, which is 25% of a stack. So 25% of a stack posted, and he looks down at King 8 in the big blind versus the button open. I think I do go with it. Obviously, he could see the cards, he'd be snap folding here. But I'm guessing Oxymirror is going to go with this. Looks again, too much invested, too big a price. Now, unfortunately, he's run into aces. Well, he does fold. I'm kind of surprised, I'll be honest. If I put 25% of my stack in blind, and I look down at King 8 to a button open from the second chip leader, I think I'd go with it now, I really do. King 8. Turns out he would have ran into a stone wall there. Sebastian with the maximum starting hand. Oxymirror posting small blind in your screen there, 200k. Leaves himself with just over 2 million. Can't afford for that button to run through him again. First to speak, the chip leader, ace 10. This is a definite open. 14 remaining. 8.5 million is the average stack. Now, Saffron with more than double the average. 23 million, ace 10. 900k is the price. Jack 6 will be folded. With a 10 big blind stack in Florian Gertler. Considering something with 5-4 off? No, he's not. Sebastian in the cutoff with the King 8 of diamonds. Just jumps this, I'm assuming. No point in getting out of line against the only player at the table that can bust you. Doesn't make sense when you've all these short stacks all over the place. Get rid of the shorties and then go to war. Secure yourself some money jumps. Now this is brutal. Oxymiron 6-3 has to fold. Walk for, well, it's not a walk. Saffron open with the ace 10 under the gun, but both blinds fold. Oxymiron and Gianni. The Italian folds in the big blind position. Gianni with about 7.5 million behind. He posts small blind, chip leader. Posting big blind on the button is our rap artist slash tournament slash cash regular. That's Miralem under the gun. 9-8 straight in the vein, and Florian Gertler with King 4. He'll fold this also. Fold 7s under the gun. He's going to fold King 4 under the gun +1. This is Sebastian with 7 deuce offsuit. Oddly, Fabian. Jack 6, cut off position, no interest, but Oxymiron has to make something happen. Really does. 2.1 million, and he's not happy with the card distribution. A button moves, and posting small blind is the chip leader, who just got a walk there, and his stack is up to about 24 million. That's the player first to speak. He'll be under the gun, Florian Gertler. Sebastian, Jack 4. Gianni, the Italian folds. This is the chip leader with the King 9 suited. Now Sebastian open light, Jack 4 offsuit, under the gun +1. Small blind player is Saffron. I think he'll be knocking Sebastian back into place here. Saffron with all the chips. And I can't see a flat here. This is 3 better fold. That's 3 million, it looks like 3.1. $3.4 million, 3-bet. Maryland just past the fold, I think. 8 bigs behind for Maryland. Ace 8. Guess he was going to go with it. Safran, you can get involved, but there's too much interest shown, so Sebastian opened with Jack 4 offsuit. Getting 3-bet here. 2.5 million more to call. And this is, I believe, a little bit of posturing. He's going to be folding the Jack 4 off. I mean, it's such dregs. Safran takes down another pot, brings the stack to 26 million. 3 times the average. Button moves. There's 14 players left in the mix. We have a giant chip leader, overall tournament leader, sitting on 26 million, which is the French player, Safran Barry. And then we have several short stacks, 2 of them Rapper, 5 bigs, and then Maryland on 7, well 8 bigs actually, 3.2 million. Maryland with 8 big blinds, but he'll be posting small blind, leaving with 7.5 bigs, and player posting big blind is Florian Gertler, and under the gun here is Sebastian with the King 4 of diamonds. Well, there's been a couple of bust outs on the outer table, down to 12. 2 players got in one hand. So one of the players from our feature table will be moved over. Sebastian opens under the gun with the King 4 suited. Makes it 1.2 million. Well, interesting. Safran on the button, King Jack. Does have the benefit of position, so a flat call here wouldn't be out of the question. Safran, well, I mean, fold is an option, but I'm leaning towards a 3-bet, I think. 3 million. 3.4 million. 3-bet from the chip leader. I mean, Sebastian is just getting it shoved back into his face. Now, what do you do? King Queen. This is the guy who's picking up the real hands, but he just can't get his money in first. That's his problem. These guys are getting money in before him. It's very difficult to go with King Queen when you're faced with an open and a 3-bet. But his stack is in real danger of getting blinded out. Was 3 million behind the big blind of 400k. I mean, there's only like 15 minutes left in this level. Well, he's getting it in great shape here. The 3-bet from Safran was to 2.9 million, so it's only going to be like 300k back to call. It's going to be less, in fact. So we're watching Sebastian here look at King 4 diamonds. folds. And whatever it is. I have to call. That's what the chip leader's saying. Hopes he's live. I have to do it. He's not going to like it. Winches. The short stack. Miralem with King Queen suited. Saffron. King Jack. All in pre. Oh, this is just brutal stuff. You couldn't make it up how sick this game can be, how cruel it is. Long shots come in, well, that's why we love the game. Now, good shot. 10 ball for a straight or a queen. Doesn't happen. Miralem exits in 12th place, and the Frenchman shakes his hand. What a situation developing for this guy, Saffron. 31 million. Gianni Lorenzo, not too impressed. I'm just counting the players here at the table. 2, 4, 6 players. We've had 3 bust outs. We've had Jürgen Klotzen, Miralem, and Robin all on the left hand side is the screen there. See 1, 2, 3 all busted out. I think we're just 11-handed now. 6 on this feature table, 5 on the outer table. We're about to move a player, but as the hand resulted in a bust out, they don't need to. No benefit. Oxy, Mirren, aces. Finally, with a hand, 2.1 million, which is just 5 bigs. Action with Gianni. I mean, this should be just straight in the muck. This King 10. Italian is looking super interested. With King 10 off, but there's no way. This is not really credible that he puts money in King 10 off suit in this situation. I'd be perplexed if he does. Why would he do this? Given that there's 4 players still to act, and 3 of them players haven't covered. Well, in fact, all 4 players haven't covered. So Gianni does fold Saffron with an ace. He folds Florian Gertler, 9-7 offsuit. Now in the big blind, Sebastian with King 5. Maximilian gets a stack up to 3.1 million, which is 8 bigs. Oh, big stack. Saffron opens 900k. No interest from any of the players, and a rack comes. Oxymiron be moved, so that tells me we're down to 10 players. Bust out on the outer table. Oxymiron moved over. 5 on the outer table, 5 on the feature table. Is that correct? It is correct, yeah. 5 and 5, 10. This is super fast. So one more bust out and we'll actually have our final table of 9 players. Florian Gertler, Jack 3 offsuit and the cutoff. Sebastian on the button with the Jack 8. Now, pocket 7s for Baldilli. 15 million. Great situation for this French player. Does have a problem. It's Gianni in the big blind. Gianni Lorenzo with the Queen 6 suited. Looks like Badley just limped. Interesting. Well, I mean, blind v blind, you pick up 7s. Who's going to lead? Gianni does have the gut shot and the backdoor diamonds. I expect a call here, 4-2-5. It's in 5-2-5, gets 100 back. Ace, it looks like, on the turn. Ace of spades. Badley's actually good here. Quite difficult for him to bet out again though. Unlikely he'll move his opponent off a jack or 10. And highly unlikely that he's an ace in his holding, given that he limped in. There's 2 aces on the board, so he's going to check. But Gianni with just the good shot. A bit of a gamble here. Taking his free card to try and make his straight. Leads out for 6-2-5 when checked to him. So Adley Fabian now with a decision. A check raise. And that is the problem. Gianni Lorenzo just can't call. He has to let this go. Getting a free card to his make his straight. The thing is, his queen was good also, but he's going to get frozen out here. He's not going to be able to put in another 750,000. Watching Gianni Lorenzo. I think he'll make the fold here. 750. Brutal stuff, but he has to let it go. And badly, Fabian. I mean, he played them sevens so different to what I expected. But it turned out highly profitable for the French player. 5-handed here on our feature table. We are 10-handed. We've 5 on one of the outer tables. We're on the final table bubble. 10 remain. All these players guaranteed 3,297. This is Florian Gertler. King 6 under the gun. Line still 200k, 400k. Here and an open-ender for Gianni. Open-ender for Safran. Gianni check raising the turn. Ten players remain here on our feature table. Final table bubble. 65k up top. Sebastian folds. This is Badley. 17 million. Average stack is about 12 million. Gianni Dorenzo, 8.2 million. This is the chip leader. Safran, 10-7, small blind. Kurtler's made a pair. Florian in position, he checks back. Queen on the turn, Saffron. Good rep this card. $400k. Florian with pair, 2-pair draw, trip draw. It is bottom pair, but I can't see him folding just yet. I'm just looking at the stack size. 14 bigs. Wow, snap call from Florian.
Bet 650 and this is the race. 1,300,000. No?
Okay, Florian just wanted to all there, it looks like. But he's held to a raise. I'm not sure what's going on. Did Florian bet out a turn? That's the question. So both players ended up betting at the same time. I think that's what happened. So first to speak is Saffron. So Florian's directed to take his bet back. And he's an option now. But I'm not sure, has he the option to raise? Is there a penalty for betting out a turn? So he's just held to a call or a fold. I'm not sure, is that correct? Looks like he's putting the 650 together. That was a bizarre hand. Absolutely bizarre. Florian Gertler wins it in the end.
Blinds up. 300, 600.
So blinds up. 300k, 600k. Average stack 12 million, so just 20 bigs. Final table bubble. Gianni in the cutoff holds the 8-6. Delhi opened under the gun with the ace-6. This is Saffron. With the queen-9 suited, he folds Florian Gertler. Small blind, jack-3 offsuit. Bastian takes his time, brings his cards round. Doesn't like to be rushed. Bastian, 9-6 suited, takes his time, thinks about his options.
That's good. Yeah. Another guy also in the seven. Win.
So, final table bubble. You can see the field size, 10 players, average stack 12 million. Blinds 300k, 600k. And Saffron with the bullets here in the cutoff. Chip leader, 28 million. Now, sizing. Blind level, 600k is the big blind. I'm expecting 1.3 maximum. Looks like 1.2 minimum. Trying to induce some action. Florian Gertler on the button might oblige, but no, he folds the Jack 5. It looks like there's been a bust out on the outer table. That's what it looks like. Players leaving. That means we're actually made it to the final table. Patelli's going to fold this, and we're going to do redraw. Saffron showing his fellow countryman the goods. So 9 remain, 13.222 million average stack. We're going to do the table draw, and we're going to be back in about 20 minutes.
Yes. The old arena. Here?
can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut.
Welcome back to the final table. German Poker Days final table about to kick off. 9 players have made it. All of these 9 players have locked up €4,000, but there's 65,000 up top. You can see the graphics of this gentleman, the Slovenian, that's Kamenko in C2. C3, Valdelli, Fabian 17 million, and then C4 there. You've just got a glimpse of Florian Gertler directly opposite the dealer in the center. On our left there is Oxymiron, and then we have Gianni. So this is Florian, 7-2 offsuit in the dustbin. 13.2 million is the average stack. And the Italian Gianni folks. This is the chip leader about to look down at. Chip leader sitting on 29 million. Sebastian 14 million, and look who it is. Smolders. We never doubted this player's ability. We featured him earlier on. 20 million stack. Average is 13 million. King Queen on the button, of course, he's going to open. And the small blind folds. The big blind is Kamenko. And he decides not to get involved with the 10-6 suited. Kamenko, the Slovenian, folds. And the first hand of our final table here at German Poker Days main event here in Kings Resort. It's taken down by Bjorn Smolders, the Dutch player. Real international feel to this German Poker Days final table. 2 French players, Italian, Romanian, Slovenian. And Smolders, of course, from Holland. Florian, under the gun. Gertler folds. This is the Romanian rap artist, Oxymiron, King Jack. 9 players all have locked up €4,000. This was a 175 buy-in. 2,380 players. Massive field. Oxymiron under the gun with the King 4 offsuit. Folds next under the gun +1 is Gianni, the Italian, now Sebastian. Well, this is the chip leader first, who has to act before Sebastian. Sebastian, you're sent to your screen, but this is Saffron. Saffron is open now, this is Sebastian. Saffron is opened with Queen 8. Smolders with jacks, flats. Kamenko on the button with 8 deuce offsuit. Straight into the bin. Small blind. El Deli folds. The Nutlow 3-2 offsuit. This is the German player Florian Gertler, regular here. King's Resort. Recently cashed in the Benelux last 6 warm-up. 5-2 offsuit in the dustbin. So, the chip leader versus second in chips. Smolders just flatting with the jacks. Oh, this is just horrible stuff. Queen, Queen 5. Saffron. Flops, trips, checks. Smolders checks back. Clear indication that these guys, well, certainly Smolders doesn't want to tangle. He's the one that's covered. Saffron is the chip leader, but it's going to cost Bjorn Smolders on both street sides. Expect, certainly here in the turn, 4.1 million in the pot. I'm going to see about 1.5, 1.6 million bet. Wow, Joe. Okay. This is cool. 3.1 million. This is very polarizing. It's well designed, in fact, this size. High probability. Saffron has absolutely nothing here. That's why Smolders didn't take long to call. He believes the size tends to put him off. The ace on the river is a great help for the Dutchman. This will save him some money, I expect. 10 million in the pot. Saffron block trips. I think he's gone close to pot size. Saffron. $9 million. Bjorn Smolders, well, he would have been a world of trouble here if that ace didn't appear on the river. Any other card besides an ace or a king, I think Smolders is paying off the chip leader. Big pot. 6 million profit for the French player. Stack size 35 million. And the average is 13. Pre-bet, pre-flop with the jacks would have sorted out a lot of trouble for Bjorn Smolders, but I mean, you really don't blame him for just flatting with the jacks, given the chip count situation. Bunch of short stacks on the table. Now, Gianni Di Renzo under the gun, 10 bigs, well he's more. Blinds are 300k, 600k. About 14 big blinds in Gianni Renzo's stack. Makes it 1.3 million. This is the chip leader, 35 million stack. In queen suited. Hero look. His opponent's stack size. His flats. The 1.3 million with the king queen suited. Bastian will be folding the 6-2 off. Bjorn Smolders folds and Limon holds Kamenko. Put off. Ace-3. 9 big blinds in a stack. Now action. Aldali. It's out of the way while Florian Gertler in the small blind looks around at what the story is. Doesn't like it, folds the ace-9. Oxymiron. 11 big blinds in a stack. Jack 4 offsuit, it's horrible. $700k, massive price, but Jack 4 is folded, and look at the equity here. Could not be closer. Pocket eights versus king queen. Nice life for Gianni. Might even check this. Might give his opponent a chance to catch up. Barrel away, which Saffron is so capable of doing. Firing on any type of texture board. And the 8-8-9. Gianni check calling here at least. Well, at least he's flopped a full boat. That's the only move here. Check call. Now, Saffron wants to avoid a diamond, king or queen. Problems. Snap check from Gianni once again. Flush draw for Saffron. Who's drawing dead. Now we've seen him in these type of situations before. Firing. And he's going to fire again, thinking he can get Gianni off all types of hands that are better than his, but he's not going to move him off a full boat. 3.2 million. I think this is where Gianni announces himself, puts the lot in. Well, it doesn't get any worse when you're putting your money in drawing dead. Baffrin, snap call the all-in. And this is a feature of Saffron's game. He plays fast, plays aggressive. Well, if you hit against him, it's great. Look at that. It's the no flush. And if these stacks were bigger, it would have been in over the 9 on the river. Big pot. Gianni Di Renzo, Italian up to 18 million. We are 9-handed here on our feature table. This is the German Poker Days. Nemo and folds, but Kamenko. Pocket tens. 9 bigs. Hijack position. Well, here we go. Oh boy, 10 going in the bin. Not good for Menko, but it's Baldelli who's going to need to hit. There's another 10. From Menko's 2 10s will be folded. What's Gianni waiting for? Been a raise to 1.3 million, 3-bet with 3.2 million. He obviously doesn't see the 3-bet. Sitting there with Queen 10 suited. Not going to stack up. Money's going in over the line. No chance. Flamenco is doing anything other than putting all the money in. Adeli, Ace King. Will be snap calling. Flamenco's shove here. All the money will go over the line. We're going to see a classic flip, tens versus the Ace King. Flamenco 14 is Asian rice hat, announces all in. There's a snap call. We've seen this before. Adeli with the big slick. Flamenco needs to hit. What am I talking about? Adeli needs to hit. Flamenco with the tens. Flamenco runner up here not too long ago in the Italian poker sport. 65k for runners up. Massive payout just weeks ago. Now can he hold here, get a run on this German poker days? Eat your table. Aldley Fabian misses the flop. Hens good. 2-1 favourite now, Flamenco. Go to the turn, it's a paint jack. Flamenco on course to double. Big moment. And he doubles. Hens hold. 12 million. Big hit for Adeli. Leaves him on 10 million. Now, Simone with ace queen, 11 bigs, 900 here on our final table. Flamenco is doubled. Delhi, 10 million, big hit he took. Ace king no good. Florian Gertler, 10 bigs, Jack 3 in the bin. This is Oxymiron, 11 big blinds, 9-3 offsuit. Safran in the big blind position, defends. Well, he's outflopped his opponent. He's made 2 pair. 12 big blinds for Limon in a stack. Now, the thing about Saffron is he really has this loose, aggressive image, and that's why he's getting looked up here. When he does hit, he gets the action. Limon snap calls him with ace high, but Saffron with 2 pair takes down the pot, gets his stack back up to 30 million, and it leaves Limon in really bad shape. 5.7 million behind, which is less than 10 big blinds. This blind level about to expire in the next 5 minutes or so. Now, Cowboys for Limon. 1.3 million open with the Kings. Well, this is pretty good after coming off a losing hand against the chip leader. The short stack looks down at Kings. 1.3 million. Saffron in this small blind with ace 10. Now, Saffron, so active, so aggressive. I expect him to go with this. Saffron just not one for folding. Sebastian in the big blind, he's still to act, and Saffron just confirming what kind of stack size he's up against, and there's the 3-bet as expected. Not really good for Saffron given that Sebastian is folding one of his aces. Snap call from Limon with the Kings. Limon with the Cowboys, set for a double, 13 million pot. Saffron, the chip leader, put him in with the ace 10. Oh, this is brutal. Top 2 for the chip leader. I mean, this is just horrible stuff. Limon gets out of his seat, about to leave the arena. He knows he's a massive underdog to hit one of his 2 outs. Hold on, misses, elimination. Ninth place for Limon, the German player. Got it in good. That is tournament poker, folks. It can be harsh, can be brutal. And now the chip leader, Saffron, extends his lead. This is Kamenko. He folds, and now Valdelli, Fabian, Florian Gertler. 10 big blinds. This blind level about to expire. Now, Gianni in the cutoff. Not interested. Well, he's got this player to contend with on his left. Really is so aggressive. Saffron folds on the button. Now the blind, small blind, is Sebastian. Then we have Bjorn Smolders in the big blind. Sebastian limps in, puts in the 300k. Both players miss. Flop is checked, and now the 2 of diamonds on the turn. In high good. Bastian takes it down. Bjorn Smolders checks back every street, and Sebastian wins the pot. So with the loss of Limon, PD just spacing out the players. 8-handed now. Final 8 players. If you've just tuned in, you're watching the German Poker Days. This is the main event. Another incredible turnout. 300,000 guaranteed. 340,000 in the prize pool. Another mammoth festival. This is what we do here in Kings, day in, day out. Live poker is our MO. "24 hours a day, 7 days a week." And this festival once again produced the numbers. 8 players all vying for that €65,000 up top. This is Florian Gertler with the King 10. Now, chip leader cut off. I expect him to open here. 37 million chip stack. What a commanding position, given that the average stack was 14 million. It's 2.5 times the average. There's an average stack for 300 play. But he's run into it here, Kamenko. With the goods here in the big blind position, Ace King. Well, Kamenko puts a lot in. Let's rip for the full stack, 12 million. Safran lets it go. This guy Kamenko, very well experienced. You see him here sporting the Asian farmer's hat with a runner-up position just a few weeks ago for 65,000 in the Italian poker sport. Now he's got up above average stack. Definitely favourite here for a podium position in my opinion. But there's a lot of talent out there. 8 players still in the mix. This is a Florian Gertler, recent cash in the Benelux Classics. A7 under the gun. 10 bigs, I think it goes in. In fact, the blinds are up now. 400,000, 800,000. He folds. He's going to have to post huge percentage of his stack blind next hand. This is Gian Renzo, the Italian with the King 9. He folds, and now the story really of the evening is this guy, Safran. Hugely aggressive. Was fold on this occasion. Round 2. Bjorn Smolders here now with ace-8 on the button. So button open, minimum bet 1.6 million, blinds 400,000, 800,000. Action with Badelli in the big blind of King 4. 800k to call. 3.6 million already in the pot. Delhi considering a 3-bet here. Decides against it, flicks the chips over, and Bjorn Smolders takes it down. Now, your Romanian rapper, Oxymiron, under the gun, just 6.5 million, he folds the Queen 4. Hold it right around to Sebastian. Sebastian, 14 million stack. Pretty much bang on average. Looks down at ace queen, he is suited. Well, he just pulls the trigger. Let's rip for the full amount. 14 million. Ace queen all in. Florian Gertler. Oh, this is a problem for Florian. He's basically blinding out here. Just 4.4 million behind. Five and a half bigs. 8-6 of clubs. I think he's close to taking a punt here. Working out the mathematics. He's already posted. Two bigs, big blind ante and the big blind itself, but decides he might get another spot. Lets it go. Bastian takes down the pot, and desperate situation now for Florian Erkler. He'll post 400k small blind, and he'll just have 4 million behind. Five bigs. Florian Gertler. Expect him to move. Then hips over the line. Same situation up top. It's Safran, French player on 35 million.
Relax, my friend. You are very big fish in this table. My friend. Hey. Chinese. You are very big fish in this table. Relax.
So top right there you can see 8 players still in the mix. All these 8 players guaranteed 5,148. That's the minimum. Greater than 10 times that up top. 65,000, 55k in cash, and then that World Series of Poker Europe seat kicking off later this week. The opener kicks off on Friday. That is Friday 19th of November. World Series of Poker Europe, the opening event with 300,000 guaranteed. 11 million in total guaranteed for that World Series of Poker Festival. Of course, the main event, the flagship 10k buy-in, will be the highlight of the festival. And the top 3 players here will return to King's Resort to participate in what will be the biggest poker event in Europe in years, without a doubt. Holds a 5 million guarantee, but believe me, that will be far greater.
Congrats, my friend. You are busted now.
Now, Aldali cut off here with ace, 6, 10 bigs. Florian with 4 million, 5 bigs in the stack on the button, king 3 suited. So the action is on Florian. Of course, Valdelli, Fabian here, is not looking for any action. He's quite content to take down the blinds. Last thing he wants is to hear the word call. Florian Gertler does fold. Oxymiron snap folds now. Gianni won't be folding. He's going to get a count. And I think King Queen will certainly qualify as a call. Gianni Di Renzo. King Queen of Hearts, 15 million stack. It's for half a stack. It's an interesting spot here. Valdelli, Fabian, cut off shove for 10 bigs. And Gianni Di Renzo playing 20 big blinds. Looks down at King Queen suited. Problem here is you have Florian Gertler with just 5 bigs. Just outlasting these short stacks. You're guaranteeing yourself some pretty significant pay jumps. But I think this King Queen is too strong to throw away. Adeli's shoving range here quite wide. 10 bigs, the cutoff. I think Gianni Di Renzo, I think he makes the call here. Valdelli, of course, just hating life at the moment. He's just willing Gianni to fold, and he does fold. Well, great situation for Valdelli to get a big blind to fold there. He can take down the pot. Flip situation. Brings his stack up to 10 million. Oxymiron, 8 big blinds on Florian Gertler now. Just 4 million, 5 bigs. Same story up top, Safran. Sitting on 35 million. What a great situation developing for the French player. It really has been impressive. He's showing a lot of intent. And the chip leader has posted the big blind, so Sebastian under the gun folds and Menko is folded. This is Valdelli actually, this is Florian. 6 is definitely mandatory. Shove here. 5 big blinds, absolutely compulsory. Must put the money in. Florian Gertler, 5 big blind stack. Pocket 6s, there it is. Money over the line. Oxymiron, Jack 2 offsuit, no interest. Now the small blind is Gianni. He's going to be definitely going with this ace queen. There's the snap call from Gianni Di Renzo, the Italian with the ace queen. And the chip leader in the big blind. He's getting a big price, 5 bigs in total. But he lets it go. So on their backs, You've seen this before. Pocket pair versus 2 overs. Florian Gertler at risk. Had to move his money in there. Nine, king, Gianni. It's on the turn, the ace. Florian Gertler goes behind. Just 1-6 left in the deck. He misses his 1-outer. Taps the table. Says good luck. Decent payday for Florian Gertler. Out in 8th place, he will receive €5,148, and all of these 7 remaining players have locked up €7,290. Pretty decent considering the buy-in for this German Poker Days main event, just 150 plus the 25 reg, and that's the chip count. Italian up to 25 bigs, 20 million stack. But Safran still up top, chip leader, the Frenchman. So 7 players. This is the chip leader. You just tuned in, you're watching the final of the German Poker Days main event. Just 7 remain. This is the big stack on the table. Safran. Small blind, 9-2 offsuit. Makes it 2.3 million. He really is relentless, Safran. Sebastian has picked up a pair here in the big blind, but what do you do? There's like 2 really short stack players. The last thing you want to do is go to war against the chip leader. I mean, it wouldn't be out of the question for Sebastian just to fold these 5s. Sebastian counting out chips. It's a pretty horrible spot, to be honest. You really just can't go to war against the chip leader. Just gotta suck it up. Dump these small pairs. Bide your time. Let these short stacks knock themselves out. And then level up. Sebastian getting the clock called on him. Not sure who called the clock there, but look, with the blinds going up and you're sitting on a short stack, that button moving around the table. Totally get it. Sebastian in the tank here with the fives. Saffron, so comfortable. Well, he's going to feel a bit of discomfort now because Sebastian has just shoved it back in his face with a sizable 3-bet 5.8 million, and that's the end of hand. Saffron, let's go the 9-2 offsuit.
Hollywood player.
Sebastian with the 3-bet. I guess he folds to a 4-bet. Brings him up to 18 million in chips. German Poker Days final table. This is the chip count graphic you're looking at. Short stack, oxymoron. Just 8 big blinds. Now, Kamenko under the gun, ace-4 suited. Started the feature table as one of the short stacks. And a big flip, 10s versus ace-king. And he's going to open here under the gun with ace-4 suited. Line still 400k, 800k. Makes it 1.7 million. Oxymoron, small pair. Opportunity perhaps for Oxymoron. Kamenko has been pretty snug, so Oxymoron deciding just to let go of the pocket threes. Johnny snap folds the 7 deuce, and the chip leader looks down at 4-2 of diamonds. So this under the gun raise from Kamenko, getting a bit of respect. Sebastian will be folding the small blind. It just, you're in Smolders in the big blind with the same hand. You don't suit it. Ace, a spades, 4 clubs. And that's a go. Kamenko getting his stack up to 20 bigs. So seat 1 and 2, you're looking at Smolders. Seat 1, and on the very left hand side of your screen there is Kamenko. That's Padelli, who's under the gun. Average stack 17 million, Padelli with just 10. Blinds 400,000, 800,000. About 10 minutes left in this blind level. Then we go to half a mil, 1 mil. Not many blinds on the table. 120 million chips. So Padelli under the gun, ace-8 makes it 1.6 million. This is the chippy, king 10 suited. Kamenko posting small blind, and it's Baldelli big blind under the gun. The short stack has to make a move. Oxymiron, I think he has to go with this 6.5 million. Well, he must have had pure thrash, because he's going to be posting 1.6 million blind next hand. This is Gianni Lorenzo with the pocket threes. He's been quietly going about his business, the Italian. Got a great start when he doubled through the chip leader, flopped the full boat. Check called, flop, turn, let rip. Got the money in with a complete lock in the hand. He raises here to 2.1 million. 2.5x raise. Saffron with the 8-6 of hearts. Would love to see a flop, but decides against continuing. Sebastian's going to fold the 6-4. And then we're going to move to Bjorn Smolders, who folds. Kamenko not interested. Just Baldelli Fabian in the big blind position. Let's go the 9-6 off. So Gianni Lorenzo takes down the pot, 2 million profit. That's what's out there pre-flop between the big blind ante, and the small blind. 2 million. Now this is going to be interesting. Oxymiron, the short stack, playing around 6 million, has posted 1.6 million of a stack between the big blind ante. And we're going to see the chip leader open here for sure. Saffron with the king queen under the gun +1. 7-handed here on our final table. You can see Oxymiron how interested. Well, it's going to be action here. Pocket 10s for Sebastian. And we've seen Sebastian not afraid to 3-bet versus the chip leader. Well, this is incredible. Kamenko with the same hand, king queen. What does he do on the button? After Sebastian just flats with the 10s. Interesting situation developing here. Remember, we have the very short stacked Oxymiron in the big blind position. Well, Kamenko 3-bets. 5.7 million. Oxymiron, Jack 10. Lets it go. So the actions move down around to Saffron with the same hand. He has to let go of the king queen here. fact he's not closing the action is a massive factor here. It's not out of the question for Sebastian to be smooth calling with an absolute monster. Now we can see he does have the tens. An interesting situation. Saffron just has to fold the king queen here. There's no option. But the question is, what's Sebastian going to do with his pocket tens? And he lets them go. Well, that is a super result for Kamenko. Takes down almost 5.5 million profit with that 3-bet. Squeezes the chip leader out. Pretty tight fold. From Sebastian, I felt. But you can just see ICM in play here. These guys do not want to go to war with each other. Oxymiron with just a couple of blinds. The difference between 7th and 6th is like 2.25K. Now the Frenchman on the button. 10 million stack. Pocket sixes. $1.6 million min raise takes it down. Both Oxymiron, who's super short, and Gianni Lorenzo fold. Chip leader posting big blind under the gun, Sebastian. You see Sebastian here, right of your screen. Folds the 9-8 of diamonds. Bjorn snap folds, Kamenko. 19 million, this guy has been really impressive. Did win that big flip to get him started earlier on with the 10s versus the ace king of Delhi, who you see folding there. This is Oxymiron, 4.5 million. Folds now. Gianni Lorenzo in the small blind with the ace 10. A tricky situation for the Italian. Chip leader to his left. Safran, he looks down at Jack 4 offsuit and lets that one go. Gianni takes the down, chose the ace 10. But moves. So coming to the end of this 400,000, 800,000 blind level. You've just tuned in, you're watching German Poker Days. This is the main event, final table. Final 7 players, in fact. All these 7 players have secured €7,290. but it's 65k up top. Oxymiron the cutoff, king 8. I mean, he just has to make a move. He needs to generate something quickly. Perhaps this is the hand to do it. Blind's actually going up next hand. It's going to be 500,000, 1 million, and he'll be left with 4.5 bigs. Small blind, king jack. Now last orbit we had fireworks, saffron, opening with the 9 deuce off, and then we had a tank and a 3-bet from Sebastian with the pocket 5s. We're going to see another raise here. Saffron with king jack. Sebastian will just let this one go. I expect him to fold the 10-7. There's the announcement from the dealer. 500k, 1 million. That leaves just 120 big blinds on the table. So we're going to have some shallow stacks and one super shallow stack. Oxymiron with just 4.5 big blinds. Delhi 12 big blind stack, 7-6. Hold it. Now Oxy's going to go with this Oxymiron. You're going to see him put his money in. He has to. There it goes. 4.5 million with the 10-8 suited. Can't afford to let blinds run through him. Moves in with 10-8, and it's going to get the ace-4 to fold, I expect. But Sebastian's smart enough to get an exact count, do the mathematics. Not too much to him to call 4 million, but I think ace-4 off, given that he's not closing the action. There's still Bjorn Smolders to act. Bjorn here won't show any interest though when he looks at 9-3. So Oxymiron, well, he almost doubles his stack without a showdown, up to 7 million. Well, he increases it by 50% with that shove. Pretty tense out there. Adeli, Fabian with the 8s under the gun. Pocket 8s, 12 million stack, 12 bigs. Well, here we go. 8s versus Ace King. Well, not good for Oxymiron to see Gianni fold a king here. Sebastian folds 7-2. Schmolders in the small blind, the 10-6, and Kimenko. While Ace 10 suited, he's going to be folding also. But it's not a good situation for Oxymiron. One of his aces, one of his kings already in the bin. Shakes hands, good luck, he says. The rap artist, all in for his tournament life. pocket pair versus 2 overcards. Oxymiron, the player at risk. Well, that will definitely help Oxymiron on course to be awarded a 17 million pot. Can he avoid an 8? He's good on the turn. Oxymiron looks good for a double through the French player Badelli Fabien, who loses another flip. He's been on the wrong side of pair versus ace king against Kamenko, and now against Oxymiron. Just not running good, the Frenchman. Now this is a great situation for Oxymiron, who has gone from 4.5 million to 17 million. He's quadrupled the stack in just 2 hands. Well, actually, just looking here, Oxymiron, yeah, 17 million. That's quite remarkable, really. 4.5 million just 2 hands ago. And that leaves Badelli Fabien on 5 big blinds, 5 million. You can see the chip count there showing just 120 bigs on the table. Now, under the gun, Oxymiron can fold here quite comfortably, let the button run through him. Completely different situation. That's tournament poker. A couple of hands just changes things so dramatically. This is the chip leader, has been for the entire final table. This is Sebastian of the cutoff with the Jack 6. Folds, and now Bjorn Smolders very quiet of late, but this time he picks up 10s on the button. 13 big blinds he opens. Kamenko in the small blind with ace 5. Kamenko, ace 5, small blind position. Well, let's rip that ace. It's such a powerful card. Well, this is a lot of action. Bjorn Smolders, pocket 10s. I mean, it's a crazy situation where button versus blinds, button with the real hand, and he could be forced out of it. I mean, given the fact that Badelli was so short, he could have just let rip with the 10s, but he's in great shape. Kamenko, ace 5, needs to hit his ace, running 5s, straight possibility, or card, flush. Delhi looking for hearts, queen, big moment, big pot. Kamenko with the ace 5. Badelli with the queen 10 suited, and Bjorn Smolders, who stood strong there, made the call. Can he hold? That's the question. 9 of hearts in the window. Well, flush draw for Badelli Fabien. Can he turn things around for himself? Heart win the pot. Well, full house. Heart no good now. Queen and queen only good for Fabian. Ace for Kamenko, but tens look good here. And tens scoop a massive pot. That was strong play by Bjorn Smolders. He wasn't rattled when things just kicked off after he opened on the button. 3-bet all in the small blind from this gentleman you see in the center of your screen, Kamenko. And then the short stack looked down at Queen 10 suited. I think he had to go with it, given his investment in the pot and what he had behind. Really don't have a problem at all with the Frenchman getting it in there in a cold 4-bet. But then the action came back to Smolders, the Dutchman. I mean, it was a pretty tough situation for him. He found the call, and look at the result. He's sitting on over 30 million. The eliminated player is Adeli Fabian. He's out in 7th place with 7,290. Six remain. All these 6 players guaranteed 9.5k. Remember, this was just a 150 buy-in, so these payouts in comparison to the buy-in are absolutely massive. $9.5k minimum guaranteed for all of these remaining players, and half of them will be back for the World Series of Poker Europe main event. That main event, part of the World Series Poker Europe Festival that kicks off later this week. The main event itself starts Friday the 3rd of December. Now, Kamenko gets his money in. Like 7 bigs, I believe. Well, the fact it gets called tells me it was smaller. Yeah, it was 2.9 million, so 6 bigs for Oxymiron to call. There's a big call here from Oxymiron. Menko with the Queen 7 trips, and it's fitting that Oxymiron be the one to eliminate Kamenko. These guys have history. Over. Handshake. A Slovenian. Made his move with the ace-5. The small blind versus the button open, but the player in the button had the goods, the pocket 10s. Eliminated in 6th place, Kamenko will receive 9,533, and that just leaves 5 players here at the German Poker Days final day. That's the chip count graphic. And would you believe Bjorn Smolders up on top? He's come to the top of the chip count pile. 32 million. 5 remain. All these 5 players guaranteed 12k. Now Sebastian, 14 million, which is equivalent to 14 big blinds with the big blind at 1 million. King Queen suited. King Queen of Hearts for Sebastian. He opens. Makes it 2.3 million then. Oxymiron. In the small blind with King Jack suited. What a turnaround for Oxymiron. 4.5 million just one orbit ago. Now sitting on 20 million. Black calls with the King Jack of Diamonds. Action on Gianni Di Renzo. So, Oxymiron first to speak. That's a good shot. Sebastian. 12 bigs behind, 6.5 bigs in the pot. Top pair, backdoor hearts, backdoor straight. Oxymiron donk leads, but it's not going to work. Sebastian, way too much of this. All in from Sebastian brings a stack up to 20 million. Oxymiron snap folds obviously, leaves him in 16 million. Now, Bjorn Smolders, a big stack, pocket queens, sitting on 32 million, 5 remain. $2.1 million raise. The former chip leader in the big blind position, Jack 3 suited. Jack high flop here would be problematic, to say the least, for Saffron. Makes a pair. Interesting. Bjorn Smolders continues. Saffron defended with Jack 3. Flop is 6-7-3. So of course he's going to continue for at least one street and see. Does he hit his 2-pair draw, trip draw? King of diamonds on the turn. I mean, it's a bit of a scare card for Bjorn Smolders. there's not too many kings that fend big blind. Ace of diamonds, no diamond in either player's hand now. Saffron, does he think his pair could be good here? Or is he going to turn his hand into a bluff? Brian rep. Diamond. He's got to go big. Bjorn smolders. He's just absolutely hating this run out. But it's Saffron doing the betting, and the Saffron caught. Queens are good. Big call again from the Dutchman, and he is absolutely buzzing here. He's turned it completely round. 40 million now. Lost a huge pot earlier with Jacks versus Queen 9. Saffron block trips. Jan Smolders with a third of the chips in play. Six-handed here, blinds 500k, 1 million. This is Oxymiron. 10-7 folded. Gianni Di Renzo, pocket twos on the button. Bastian holding his big blind. Gianni Di Renzo on 22 million, which I believe is equivalent to average stack. Oxymiron opens to 2 million with the ace-10. Snap fold from the Italian Gianni Di Renzo. Smolders in the big blind. It's in the additional 1 million to peel a flop with the 6-5, and that's a 5 in the window. Two pair for Bjorn Smolders. Oxymiron. X back. In the turn. Bjorn Smolders in the lead. Might see a blocking type bet come in here from Bjorn. No, he checks and another check back. Bjorn confident. There's two pairs in the lead now and going for value targeting big ace. Oxymiron 3.2 million. incredible that. Picked up the chips. About to put them in and then decides fold. He's in two minds, chips or cards, which he puts in. Oxymiron check back flop and turn, so gotta be expecting Bjorn to fire. And Bjorn with the goods. This is a very significant pot, 12 million. Leaves Oxymiron on just 11 big blinds, and the chip leader with a sizable chip advantage now, 46 million. Nearest to him, I believe, is Gianni Lorenzo on 22 million. Sebastian on the button, ace 5. Basti makes it 3 million on the button with the ace 5. Oxymiron in the big blind at defend, and just 9 bigs now for Oxymiron. Saffron, ace queen suited under the gun, 21 million. This is 2 million. The ace queen, Sebastian snap folds. Bjorn Smolders is the new table captain. This is the chip leader, he folds the suited king. Oxymiron folds and the Italian Gianni Lorenzo folds. Blinds 500,000, 1 million. 10 minutes left in this blind level. Action under the gun with Sebastian. 970 folds and now Bjorn Smolders, the chip leader. Big Slick, 46 million of 120 million total chips in play. Great turnaround by the Dutch player. Makes it 2.1 million. Gianni Di Renzo. Ace 9 in the small blind. This is tricky enough. Four, 7, queen flop. Both miss. Goes check, check. 7 on the turn. Saffron. Well, he knows what happened the last time when he fired strong against Bjorn Smolders. He got looked up. So he checks turn here, and it looks like he's going to check fold. Bjorn Smolders goes to 50 million from 120 million in play. It's the chip count chart for the German Poker Days final day, final table. That's what we're watching here. Just 5 remain. All these 5 players guaranteed 12,000 plus, with massive difference between each of the finishing places from here on out. The Italian on the button with a suited king, 20 million stack. King 4 of spades. Sebastian, ace 9 suited, big blind. Puts in the call. Seven, 7, 4, 2 diamonds. Gianni Di Renzo flops 2 pair with the backdoor spades. Sebastian with none of this. He checks, and I think Gianni Di Renzo can comfortably lead out here. I'm going to see check back fold, I'm sure. Sebastian does let it go. Gianni Di Renzo, 24 million average stack. Also running here in the resort is the GBD High Roller, German Poker Days High Roller event, sold out. 180 was the cap, 180 players. And that prize pool well over 50k. Down to 13 players, all the players in the money there at the moment. Now, Saffron, 20 million. He's third in chips. Different scenario. The Frenchman now. Sebastian, small blinding. Just let this go. Your plater hits the 50 million mark. Coming towards the end of this 500k 1 million blind level. Next level will be 600 1.2 million. That will leave just 100 bigs in play. Average stack will be 20 bigs. Bjorn Smolders, small blind, putting Oxymiron all in, who falls with the 9-8, 50-50 flip. Oxymiron with the 9-8 of clubs. Bjorn Smolders with the Jack-7. Oxymiron all in. 50-50 flip. How was your luck? That's the question. Queen 6-6, 2 diamonds. Oxymiron needs to hit a 9 or an 8, or he'll be eliminated 5th in this German Poker Days main event. 9 on the turn, that is good. Now, it's the 9 of diamonds which brings a flush draw for Bjorn Smolders. Any diamond, any jack, diamond or jack. 6 on the river. Oxymiron survives. He doubles through the chip leader. And you can see disappointment on the Italian's face. I mean, once Oxy busts out, it guarantees everyone €15,400, and they're on the World Series Poker Europe ticket bubble. Sebastian now the short stack, along with Oxy Mirren, even though he doubled up. Still sitting on 16 million, 16 bigs. Oxymiron posting small blind, and the Italian Gianni will post big blind. Last hand, I believe, at this 500k 1 million blind level. And then we're going to take a short break. Back then for the 600k 1.2 million. Bjorn Smolders on the button, 42 million. Just doubled up Oxymiron, but this time Picks up aces. $2.1 million oxymoron, and we'll be folding in the small blind. Was Gianni Di Renzo, the Italian. He was actually second in chips, 10 deuce. So no action for Bjorn Smolders with the bullets. Goes the table. That's the end of level 500k 1 million. We're back in 15 minutes. Do join us for the rest of this GBD final table.
You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. and take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. seat. You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut.
Welcome back to the final table. This is the German poker days. 5 players remain. All these players have secured a very sizable payday, but the rewards are so much bigger the longer they can survive. So, situation here, both Sebastian and Oxymoron both on 16 million. Then we have Safan and Gianni on 20 and 22 million. Then the chip leader, Bjorn Smolders, the Dutch player, 45 million. Top 3 receive the World Series of Poker Europe main event seat. Now, Gianni De Rinso, Ace 10, small blind. 3.6 million raise. Fran. So it's in the additional 2.4 million. Good shot for Saffron. Yanni DiRenzo has missed. Saffron. Less than a 2x pot size bet behind in a stack. He might just go with this. 5, 7 or 8. 5 for the straight. Gianni DiRenzo has missed. Ace high still good. Saffron with just 8 high. Gianni DiRenzo shows the ace 10 and folds. Just get a glimpse there of the sheer determination from Saffron. 8, 7 on the big blind, not willing to give it up. He really is a very tough opponent. Yanni missed, checked, just couldn't find a call. Now this is the guy with all the chips, Bjorn Smolders, under the gun 9-7. Saffron again showing his intent and ambition. 9 high, moves in, scoops the pot, gets a stack up to 26 million. Line 600k, 1.2 million. Just 100 bigs in total in play, so that's like average stack of 20 bigs. Pretty shallow. Now on the button, Saffron, Jack 5 suited. Saffron limps on the button. Bastian with ace 8. Small blind position. That's in the additional 600k, and now the option with the chip leader Bjorn Smolders in the big blind position. Jack 9 off, he's going to check his option. The Going to go freeway to a flop. Sebastian first to speak with ace 8. Murin Smolders with the jack 9. Saffron. Jack 5. Well, Smolders and Saffron have a piece of this. Second pair for Smolders and bottom pair for Saffron. Sebastian does have that ace of diamonds. Might keep him interested, but I think he just lets this go. But Smolders won't be folding just yet. Out of position. Will get tricky this. Well, he decides just to fold. Doesn't want to continue. It's the turn bet he was concerned about. All the activity coming from this seat at the moment. Saffron. Five players still left in this German Poker Days main event. This is the Italian Gianni Di Renzo. 10-9 under the gun, 19 million. 600k, 1.2 million. Average stack 23.8 million. This is Saffron. He's worked his way back up to 30 million. Cut off King Jack. He's going to open once again. Oxymiron, not interested in defending with the Jack 8. Saffron, 33 million now. Saffron under the gun. 6-2 offsuit. He's gone up a gear, Saffron, since the break. $3 million out there pre-flop before card is dealt. Saffron. In the tank here. Does he know the action's on him? No, he didn't. Incredible how players can just get lost. Totally in the zone. Murin Smolders, 10-5 suited. The leader fold, small blind, Oxymiron. This is an interesting situation. Queen 3 suited. Oxymiron, let's rip. It's the right move, 10 bigs. Gianni Di Renzo. Very difficult to call here with King 7 off. That's one of the huge benefits of this all-in rip. You're going to get a ton of hands that are ahead of you to fold.
Aces, my friend.
Now Sebastian, one of them going with the King Queen, moves in, 10 big blind shove. Bjorn in the cutoff with 4-3 folds. Well, we're going to see Oxymiron go with this for sure. On the button, pocket nines. 10 big blind rip. You look down at pocket nines. Oxymiron with 16 million he puts in his chips. So we're going to see a showdown. Pocket pair versus 2 overs. Well, Safran's still intact, but 6-2 will be instantly folded when he looks down at it. How is your look? That's the question. Sebastian at risk, but this will be a huge blow for Oxymiron. Were he to lose this, he'd be literally down to a couple of blinds. Sebastian with the 2 over cards, Oxymiron with the pocket pair. Huge moment. This card is worth at least 3k. Could be worth 50k. Well, that's not good. 8-10 queen. Now, jack or a 9 for Oxymiron. Queen on the turn, trips for Sebastian. Jack or 9 still good for Oxymiron, were he to hit it. Oxymiron loses an absolute huge flip here. He doubles up Sebastian, leaves himself with 3 bigs. Big flip. Oxymiron loses pocket pair versus the 2 overs. 2 big blinds for Oxymiron, and that brings Sebastian up to 22 bigs. Gianni Dorinzo sitting on 13 big blinds.
Please make the position 5. This is 4. Move. Thank you. Okay.
So Oxy obviously going to move in here with only 2. Less than 3 bigs, ace, 6. Plenty strong. Queen 7 I think qualifies the call. He says I have to. Queen 7 versus A6. Sebastian and Oxy. Another flip situation. Oxy Miran is ahead with the A6. Well, both players connect. Top pair for Oxy, second pair for Sebastian. Kills the queen for Sebastian, great card for Oxy. Gets his double, brings him up to 8.8 million. 7 bigs. Anything is possible here. Now, Gianni Lorenzo. 13 bigs, folds. This is Saffron on the button. Working hard, but 5-3, not going to qualify to open. Sebastian, 5-4 offsuit. Gives the chip leader a walk. Bjorn will gratefully accept. He will now post small blind, and the short stack with 7 big blinds is Oxymiron. He's going to be posting 2 of the 7 blinds blind ante and the big blind proper. Gianni Lorenzo under the gun with 7-3 offsuit. Folds now Saffron, 5-3 cut off. Smolders will be putting Oxymiron all in here. Oxymiron can't call with 6-2. Bjorn Smolders, 45 million stack. There's 120 million in play. Super comfortable. Very solid Bjorn. Really impressed with that call. And the button with the 10s opened. 3-bet all in, 4-bet all in. Had the strength of character to make the call. Figured it out. Pens were in the lead and they held.
Fucking nice, no? Nice.
5 players remain. This is Saffron under the gun with the 10-7 suited. Sebastian, 22 million stack. Bounces raise. Bjorn folds, but Oxymiron won't be folding. I think he makes a stand here with 2s. Just shy of 5 bigs. Pocket pair. Knows he's never crushing. No hand he has crushed. Ace-2 suited. Besides that, he he's flipping, or he's dominated himself. Runs into a bigger pair, so interesting decision here, Oxymoron. I think he has to go with it. Make a stand, pocket pair. He's basically going to be all in blind in a couple of hands. He's going to have half his hand posted blind. So in the tank here with Oxymoron. Not sure who's calling time.
Counting now.
Not called here an Oxymoron, but the pocket pair. I think he goes with it. Does go with it. Money's in. Pocket deuces. Gianni Lorenzo will fold in the big blind.
Change blind or change blind again.
Go down, gentlemen.
Doi. Straight, doi. Change blind enough. Change blind. This four. This four.
Pocket twos versus ace three. Sebastian as Oxymoron covered. 50-50 flip. Ace three. I mean, the equity has barely moved. There's the counterfeit option for Sebastian. So it's crazy hand this. And the queen and the king and the ace and the three. And there's the counterfeit. Can you believe it? That's the problem with these small pairs. Oxymoron goes around, wishes the best of luck to all the remaining players. 4 left. Oxymoron eliminated in 5th place. He will receive 12,178. And now all of these players have locked up 15,400 euro, but the jump between 4th and 3rd, 16k in the difference. Massive pay jump now. Expect this to be tense. Line 600k, 1.2 million. Four remain. This is the chip leader, Bjorn Smolders. Ace Queen. His blind is 1.2 million. He makes it 2.4 with the Ace Queen Saffron. in the big blind with 8-3 of spades. Besides, not to get into a tangle with the chip leader. He folds. Sebastian posting big blind, and it's Schmolders under the gun with the ace-4 suited. Smolders takes it down up over 50 million. There's 120 million in play. Smolders posts big blind now, and the big blind empty, 1.2 million apiece. Saffron on the button, King 7, he'll open here. Well, in fact, this ticket bubble has just tightened things up even more. Really tense, big jump between 4th and 3rd. 16k in the difference. 8 deuce deuce, it's 2 pair for Bjorn Smolders. $52 million. Short stack, Gianni Dorenzo. Both Sebastian and Saffron, both sitting on the same size stack. Then we have the Dutch player, Bjorn Schmolders, who is pretty dominant chip leader. Saffron will have something to say about that. Under the gun here with 9-8, not interested. Sebastian on the button, 4-handed. Ace-7. Well, Gianni's going to pull the trigger here, surely. Ace-10 of clubs. Just 10 million behind. So 3-bet all in from Gianni Dorenzo with the ace-10 suited. Action back on Sebastian. Pretty tough spot here for Sebastian. He's like playing 23 million, but this is for like 35% of the stack. Ace-7, he knows it's not performing well. Regardless of what Gianni Dorenzo is 3-bet ripping with here. flipping with King Queen, King Jack, dominated by many of the Ace X's. Would have ran into a pair. It's a pretty difficult spot for Sebastian. I'm leaning towards a fold. Ace 7 off. German just looking at the clock, the blinds. What the situation is, we're still in the 600k 1.2 million blind level and will be for another 15 or 20 minutes. Sebastian gets away, makes the fold, and Gianni Di Renzo, 17 million now. Still the shortest stack on the table. That gives him a little bit of freedom. 14 bigs. Now Sebastian under the gun, pocket sixes. Sitting on 20 bigs. $3 million. 1.8 for Saffron to call. He lets it go. Sebastian takes down the pot. Button moves. Four-handed here. All these players have locked up. 15k plus next payout 31.5k. Bjorn smoulders under the gun with the 7-6. He folds. Now action on Gianni Di Renzo on the button. Queen 2 offsuit. Saffron, small blind. He's not going to let this one go. 10-8. He's going to fight for them blinds. Guarantee it. Extremely sticky. Sides to limp, but look at this Sebastian with ace 10. Both these players sitting on the same stack size. Waiting for Sebastian to make his decision here. Ace-10 in the big blind. Saffron limped in with 10-8. Well, an announce and a snap fold from the French player. Sebastian just explaining he just want not to understand the exact count stack. Both players stack. Saffron says no problem. Change of dealer. That's the scoreboard. 42 big blinds for the chip leader, 51 million in the stack. And then the short stack is Gianni Di Renzo. Saffron and Sebastian not too far apart. 4 players remain. All of these 4 players locked up 15,400 euro. But huge pay jumps now. This is Gianni Di Renzo. Queen 10 suited. Not sure what's going on here. Gianni has moved in. I'm not sure why Saffron is panicking. So posting the blinds is Sebastian and Bjorn Smolders. And Gianni has moved in. I don't really think it's right about the thing. Saffron was thinking of making a call there. This is Bjorn with a suited king in the big blind. These snap folds. The Italian takes it down. This is the chip leader, Bjorn Smolders. Small blind, ace, a deuce. In the big blind is Gianni Di Renzo. Down to the final table in the GPD High Roller also. Down to 8 players in that maxed out event. All 8 players locked up €1,600 for themselves with €12,310 up top. But we're looking at the 4-way action here. All these players guaranteed 15,000 plus. Massive jumps. Action with Gianni Di Renzo. Moves all in, oh boy. He's running to it. Ace King for Saffron. Snap call. On the backs, big moment. This is huge. It's worth a minimum €16,000. And it could be worth up to €45,000 this. Flip, well, I mean Ace King. Big favourite, 70% favourite. Gianni Di Renzo. Some of his cards obviously folded. Dealer about to peel. Good shot for Gianni. Jack for the straight. Saffron. Big flop connected with that king, and now 2 pair on the turn. So Gianni down to 4 outs. Jack and Jack only. This is huge. 6 on the river. It's a big moment. Gianni Di Renzo busting out in 4th place. That leaves 3 players. All these 3 players guaranteed minimum 31.5k. It's massive, absolutely massive. I think we're going to take a break for a couple of minutes. Fourth place. Gianni Di Renzo, the Italian, moving in the small blind. He's blind. Saffron wakes up with Ace King suited. Snap calls. King on the flop. Just 3 players remain. Close to 140k to chop up between all these 3 players. Oh, about 40% of the prize pool, which was total prize pool of 340,000. small blind versus big blind. Good shot for Sebastian. That front is totally missed. Green high good though. So it looks like we can take a break for a few minutes. We're going to be back in 10 minutes. So yeah, quick break. Back in 10 minutes for the final of this three-handed affair. Do join us then.
You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut.
Welcome back. Three-way here. We are live in Kings Resort. Final 3 players in this magnificent event, the German Poker Days. All these players guaranteed a huge payday. Of course, part of their payout is that World Series of Poker Europe main event seat. So these players will be back in the resort in just a couple of weeks. First Friday in December, that main event kicks off. It holds a 5 million guarantee. Of course, word on the street, that guarantee will be absolutely obliterated. Now, interesting dynamics here. Sebastian sitting on 22 million. Bjorn Schmolders sitting on 50 million. And I believe the French player Safran is sitting on close to 50 now after he bust out Gianni Di Renzo. Two announced by Schmolders, which is good enough to win after Sebastian missed with his open-ender on the turn. Leaves him on 21 million.
It's okay. There's 3,300.
So Bjorn Smolders, chip leader, king high here against Safran. Pocket threes. Three players, all three locked up. 31,500 euro. Runner up 40,500, and then first place 65,450. Safran, Queen Jack, small blind, makes it 4.5, and Bastian with the King 6 in the big blind deciding to surrender. You get the feel here that this short-handed play would suit this gentleman you see in the centre of your screen. Highly active, hugely aggressive, short-handed play. Will certainly be highly suitable to his style. Almost 50 million. You can see the average stack just shy of 40 million. Like, that's close to 120 million chips in play. Lines are 800k, 1.6 million.
J'ai l'impression qu'il y a un petit bug. Un petit. Ah ouais. Imagine, je tape tout de suite. Bah ouais. Bah ouais. Bah regarde un peu ce qui va se passer. Regarde un peu.
Smolders, small blind, ace jack. Makes it 3.3 million, and you can see Safran not willing to let anything go. 8 high qualifies. Make a call of King 4 flop. Ron Smolders still in the lead with the ace jack. This guy, Bjorn Smolders, has been really impressive all day. Came back after losing that huge pot against Safran here, who you see in your screen. Safran opened with Queen 9. They were first and second in chips. Bjorn Smolders just flat out with the pocket jacks, came down Queen, massive pot. Now 12 million in the middle here. Bjorn Smolders going to fire on the turn. Now he's going to be in a horrible spot if he gets raised here. This guy, believe me, capable. He is a box of tricks. Safran. Larry. Look at this. 8 high. Well, you know that Safran's going to set something up here for the river. I mean, who knows what he comes out with. If I'm Bjorn Smolders, I'm going to put in a blocking type bet here, because you know this guy, you open the door to him, he will just seize the moment, exploit any situation he can, and I mean, he could go big here. Oh, this is brutal really for Bjorn Smolders. 8 million. A call on the turn. Really bothering Bjorn Smolders. This is super tough. Ace high. Huge pot. Huge river bet. Oh, sorry, that is just top class. Hugely strong call from Bjorn Schmolders. That is not easy to make, believe me.
I want to put tomorrow, but I did the mistake. I want to put 18. Je never do size.
He plays fast, plays hard, but this guy is super solid. He really is. Bjorn Smolders. Had the clarity, recognition, knew exactly what was going on. Made the correct call, massive pot, huge advantage for Bjorn Schmolders, who you see here on the button. 70 million stack. Queen 10. Makes it 3.3 million. On the button, Saffron, Barry, small blind, 28 million. Jack 2 suited.
Raise 10,000.
Absolutely relentless, this guy, Saffron. 10 million 3-bet. And Sebastian with the suited ace has to snap fold. Bjorn Schmolders holds the Queen 10. And Saffron takes an absolute thrash hand. And creates a decent sized pot for himself. Three players remain. All three have locked up. Very sizable payday. You can see the stat there in the top right, 2,380 entries. And now we're down to 3. Saffron Barry, 9-7 on the button. This is Sebastian. Gotta make something happen with just 10 big blinds behind. Moves in. King Jack. Bjorn Smolders. I think he just folds here. You want to get your money in first with these small pairs. Calling off, not ideal. Rarely are you in good shape. Hipping mostly. Sometimes you're crushed. And versus 3-bet all in. I mean, I'm just not liking anything other than a fast fold here from Bjorn Smolders. Action backward. Saffron. Sebastian takes one down to stack up to about 15 bigs. Now Sebastian on the button. Jack 10, but this is Bjorn Smolders with the real hand here in the small blind. There's the 3-bet rip. Sebastian. Let's go the Jack 10. And the Schmolders sits again on approximately 70 million. 800k, 1.6 million. That's the blinds. It's 800. Sorry, that's 1.6. Hosted by Sebastian. The ante at 1.6 for the big blind. Now, Schmolders folds the 7 deuce. Saffron. Small blind position, Queen 9. Limps in. Ace 10 for Sebastian. I'd be ripping here. 10 bigs behind. Just let rip. Queen 9 snap folds. Sebastian back up to 22 million. Now, on the button, Saffron with the 6-5 offsuit. This is Sebastian. Small blind pocket 2s. Well, we're going to see a clash here. I think the money goes in. Sebastian is limped here, and I'm sure he's going to rejam. After this raise from Schmolders, well, that's just incredible. Blind versus blind, that Sebastian doesn't go with the small pair. That's quite remarkable. These pairs go up in value as the table becomes short-handed. Three-way pair. I'm not sure about that play. I'm really not. Sebastian here. Queen 7 of clubs. On the button. Suited queen. Makes it 3.5 million. Saffron Barry with the 10-7. 1.9 million to call. $3.99. Saffron checks, check back from Sebastian. 8 on the turn gives Saffron an open ender. I'm going to bet this out. My fear here is Sebastian folds the queen high. Well, this is good recognition from Sebastian. Queen high here, good. Quite often. Saffron just so capable of firing. Well, Sebastian gets punished, even though he made a good call there in the turn with the queen high. Jack in the river gives us straight. And the French player who moves all in, Sebastian. Queen high folds. Well, he called when he was ahead. Hold it when he went behind. Schmolders on the button, Jack 10. Schmolders makes it 3.3 million. Now, three-way, all these hands are blocking each other. Boulders makes top pair Sebastian's in trouble. Top pair out, so it's all going in. Schmolders leads out, snap fold from the Frenchman and all in from Sebastian as expected. But he's got some serious kicker problems. 10-4-5 board. Sebastian needs to hit an 8. And we did see the French player fold an 8. With just 2 8s left in the deck. Sebastian all in. Eight and 8 only. Sebastian on the verge of elimination. That's the final nail in the coffin. He goes straight over to his opponent, wishes him the best. Then over to Saffron. Barry. Great game Sebastian played. Absolutely nothing you could do about that last hand. And look who we have heads up. Bjorn Smolders, Saffron Barry. No one would have ever doubted it. Two quality players. They really have been the two stars of the show. And now they're here heads up for that huge payout of 65,450 for first, plus the trophy, title, glory. Big chip advantage for the Dutchman. Bjorn Schmolders. A6 for Bjorn. 7 deuce for Saffron Barry. Ace on the turn. Biggest score already secured for Bjorn. 22,000 for third place a couple of years back in the Moor. He's already secured 40,500. Now Saffron with the pair in the open ender misses his straight, but pair of nines is good. This is pretty tough. 5.5 million. Well, he's turned his hand into a bluff with that 10 in his hand. Blocker to the straight. Thinks he can get his opponent to fold bigger tens. Jack X, maybe even a queen. Super aggressive. Regular here in the resort, Saffron. There are a bunch of cashes all over the summer. Made the final table of the World Series of Poker Circuit 8-handed in early September, 6 for about 13k, and then made the 1k Kings 1000 during the same festival. Made the final table there, 4th for just over 12k. So showing some real good form. Cashed recently in the EPM just a couple of weeks ago. Euro Poker Million cash for, that was a mean cash for 1,000. Serious good form being shown by this guy Saffron Barry. So, Saffron, 40 million, Bjorn Schmolders, 2-1 chip advantage. Approaching 5:30 a.m. here in the resort. These guys won't mind, that's for sure. Playing for 65k. Great situation. Really is. Of course, they've their seat locked up for the World Series main event. So 9-5 suited for Bjorn. King 6 Saffron Barry. Lions 800k 1.6, but this level is about to expire, and then we're going to bring in the 1 million, 2 million level, which I just can't see it lasting any longer than this level. 1 million, 2 million, which leaves just about 60 bigs in play. So, limp from Bjorn, and now Saffron Barry makes it 5 million with Queen 3 offsuit. I mean, these guys, they are just different level. Bjorn Schmolders establishing his dominance here, but the French player is just so aggressive, so relentless, continually raising, floating, check raising, all of the moves. Saffron Barry, but he is short here. Bjorn Smolders has greater than a 2-to-1 chip advantage. Average stack 60 million. There's 120 million out there. Saffron Barry with the aces. Well, this is going to be big. Bjorn Schmolders, King Jack suited. This is the advantage of having a very loose, aggressive image. When you do pick up a monster, you tend to get paid, and it's going to be bad news for Bjorn Smolders were he to pay off Saffron Barry here pre-flop, because we're going to see Saffron, well, he just smooth calls, remarkable. Queen high, one heart. Bjorn Schmolders going to fire again for sure. 16 million in the pot. This guy Saffron is super tricky. Bjorn just burning chips here. Saffron Barry with the aces. Limped. And smooth called the raise from Bjorn. flop. There's flat calls now. This is interesting, up and down. Bjorn Smolders. I mean, he might shove here, Bjorn. No way he's putting Saffron on any kind of hand like he's holding. This is incredible the way Saffron Barry has played these aces. It really was smart play. Maximum return. Now he does need to avoid a 9 or an ace. King or jack, no good. 9 or ace doesn't happen. Or Bjorn, who picked up that open ender on the turn and decided, okay, let's go with this. And the stats are flipped. 75 million for Saffron Barry. And it leaves Bjorn Smolders on approximately 45 million. Remarkable hand, heads up. That from Barry, getting the absolute maximum. Bjorn Smolders with the King Jack suited. Raised after Saffron limped on the button. Saffron decided a smooth call in position. All the same story on the flop, and then Bjorn Smolders went for it when he picked up the open ender. Now he's looking down at jacks. Pocket jacks for Bjorn Smolders. On the button here. Lines 1 million, 2 million. 5.5 million. No action with the jacks. 48 million now for Bjorn. 71 for the French player Saffron Barry. On the button with Jack Deuce offsuit. Will not give up his button ever, this guy. Ace 10, big blind. Bjorn Smolders, 3 bets. Saffron releases, lets it go. And now it's 65 million, 55 million. Pretty close. Well, that's a slight error there. Bjorn Smolders has won that pot, so he's sitting on 55 and the French player Saffron sitting on 65 million. So the chip count's just out slightly. Limp. From Bjorn Smolders. I'm not sure what happened there. Limp raise fold, I think. Is exactly what happened. Bjorn limped. Frenchman raised. And Bjorn Smolders folded. And it looks like Saffron raised with 5-3 off. Been a grueling couple of days for these guys. But what a reward. locked up 40,200 euro for themselves. And now playing for 65k. Incredible. Saffron limps button. Bjorn makes it 7 million. Saffron Barry makes the call with the Queen 3 of spades. Going to go to a flop. Well, advantage Bjorn. Flush draw. Bjorn Schmolders. Checks, but I think this is going to be a check raise. Schmolders with a flush draw. I think he gets it in here. Re-raise and a fold from Saffron Barry. Well, unfortunately, looks like the chip counts are out. It's very close, you know. There's not much in between it, even though the graphic is showing Saffron Barry to be a big chip leader. It's not the situation. Bjorn has about 55 million and Saffron I think has about 65 million. Button limp from Bjorn. Saffron Barry with ace king. Makes the call. We're going to go and see a flop. Ace king for Saffron. Out of position. He hits. Makes top pair. And Bjorn quickly folds. Bjorn is about 20 million more. He's about 25 million more. The graphic showing. And you can see the graphic just getting updated there. Good leader. Saffron Barry. On the button, King 9 of spades. Saffron limps with the King 9 suited. Bjorn Schmolders. Makes it 7 million. Saffron makes the call. Huge pot this already. Before we peel a flop. And there's going to be more action. Top for Bjorn Schmolders. And it's a combo draw for Saffron Barry. He has the flush draw, straight draw. And we'll believe his king is good also. And you can see he's actually 53% favourite against Bjorn Schmolders. Top pair, top kicker. Absolute huge flop. Pure action. There it didn't take much. Top pair, top kicker versus the combo flush and straight draw. King also good for Saffron Barry. This is massive. No split pot here, that's for sure. Someone will be winning.
Rozvadov Kings.
Absolute huge pot. Biggest pot of the tournament so far. 7 of hearts is a blank. Top pair, top kicker for Bjorn Smolders in the lead. There's a lot of dodging to do. And a straight draw, flush draw. King good also for Saffron. Deuce of hearts. Dutchman. Means a gigantic pot. For saying he's sitting on 50 million. That's probably closer to double that. Dealer just counting stacks. Saffron's going to have to match whatever's in Bjorn Smolder's stack.
Nice hand, huh? Big club for both. Lucky today, huh?
Bjorn Smolders is actually the chip leader here.
Yeah.
Blind still at 1 million, 2 million. Smolders, King 9 suited, puts it in. Puts Saffron, Barry all in. Saffron Barry with just 10-2. Now the reason he's tanking is he doesn't have much left. I'm just counting his stack. 1, 2, 3, about 6 million, 7 million, that's all he has. Puts it in, 10-2. Blinds are 1 million, 2 million. Saffron would have just about 8 million. Well, it's actually more 11 graphic showing.
Je demanderais pour qu'on prenne la photo avec lui sinon.
All the money in the middle. 124 million. Bjorn Smolders with the King 9 suited in the lead. Saffron Barry with 10 deuce offsuit. Flush draw for Bjorn. Kills 2 of clubs. 2 of clubs no good now for Saffron. But 10 on club deuce. Put him in the lead. 4 no good. King High actually in the lead. Gonna go to the river. Huge river. That's Sebastian Schmolders. Left hand side of your screen. Straight ahead is the Frenchman Saffron Barry. Ace on the river. The Dutchman has come out victorious. Massive hand. Massive last few hands. These 2 guys were just very high quality. Picked both of them out from early on. 2 class players. I'm really delighted for both of them. For a huge payday. 40,500 for runner-up. 65,450 for the winner. It's been another quality main event here from Kings Resort. We're actually back for the World Series of Poker Europe opener next weekend. That's the French player, Israel. It's been superb, it really has. Appreciate all you viewers tuning in. I'm going to be tuning out now, wishing you all the best, but we're back, as I say, next week for that World Series of Poker Europe opener event, 300k guaranteed. So from me and from Kings, it's good night.
Agora será nesse canal.